Okay, it's 9 a.m. We're going to start off. That's okay. Do you need to say? I was going to do the pledge. Yep. Already on that. Okay, Representative Bohm will lead us in the pledge. If the committee will please remain standing, we're going to have a moment of silence for Representative, Norgren, 22 years in the State House. Thank you. Welcome back. This first, I'm going to open up the public hearing for the House Election Law Committee on CACR 26. This will be a title read here. Relating to election reform and ballot reconciliation, providing that requirements for elections shall include provisions and penalties in regard to ballot reconciliation, access retention, polling location limits, poll workers, allowance of registered voters for post-election ballot viewing, ballot lot and voting document viewing, and scanning and recording photographically during citizen audits. Okay, the sponsor messaged me last night. Her work, because of the snow that didn't get here, but because of her work required her to come in. So she's not here to introduce the bill. It is a single sponsor bill. So Representative Aikenberg, if you could please introduce CR 26. You don't have to speak to the bill. You don't have to support the bill. You don't have to take any questions, but we do need someone to formally introduce it. I don't believe anyone signed up to speak, so I think we're going to get a 25-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Aiden Ankerberg, Stratford 7. I'm here to introduce CACR 26.
Thank you. Is there anyone signed up to speak to the bill? Representative Ankerberg, can you please send the blue sheet my way? This first one's going to be real easy. You know, they said we weren't going to be able to stay on time today, and here we are.
That's just the first one.
Yeah. If you can't laugh. Ankerberg, could you pass that blue sheet when you get a second? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it coming? Oh, there it is. Oh, he's filling out a pink card. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here dogging this man, and he's sitting on a pink card.
Pink card for what he just said?
Yep. I don't make the rules. I just pretend to follow them. Okay. Online, there were 32 people signed up in support, and 22 were opposed. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that no one was signed in on the blue sheet. And with that, I will close the public hearing on CACR 26, and I'll see you guys back at 9:25. Okay, going to resume the public hearing of the House Election Law Committee. Going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1085, relative to public inspection of absentee ballot lists. Representative Hill is here to join us. Representative Hill, you're recognized. Thank you, and welcome to Election Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to Election Law. I sat in Rep. Bohm's seat for long enough. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I represent the town of Northfield, which is Merrimack 2. I'm here to talk and introduce House Bill 1085. I've handed you a piece of information. More than anything else, it's just my goal is to try to make sure that you're aware that this situation exists. As I sat in that seat that I mentioned earlier, I used to sit and try to figure out how would I game the system if I were so inclined. And this is an area of concern of mine, and I brought this bill before. It has passed the House, and then it has died in the Senate. So it's back again. But more than anything else, I want everyone sitting here to understand the information that we've worked on and what we have with the Secretary of State's assistance and blessing. The bill that you have before us, by the way, the Secretary of State and I are working on, actually probably the Deputy Secretary of State and I are working on some of the language of the questions that are actually asked at the bottom of that. There's some wordsmithing that needs to take place, so there will be an amendment coming. I think it's at OLS as we speak. But what you have in front of you is some work that was done on the 2016 election. And what we started looking at were absentee ballots that were, the request for the absentee ballot was mailed to the clerks and with no evidence of ID. And then requested by the clerk to mail it to a different address than the address that the voter was registered at. These are only those that were mailed outside of New Hampshire. So when they requested it, the clerk didn't know who they were, didn't have positive ID is a better way of saying it, and mailed the ballot outside of New Hampshire. You'll see from the chart, because we don't know the specific address, I had asked the HAVA people to at least give us how many of those ballots that were mailed from New Hampshire clerks to common addresses outside New Hampshire. And what you see before you is the work that they did. They came back, and I'll just pick one. 2 times New Hampshire clerks in total mailed 21 ballots to the same physical address somewhere outside New Hampshire. The HAVA people know what that address is. The Secretary of State has the information but can't share it. And that's really the purpose of this bill, so that there is a way that we're instructing the Secretary of State to do something either in an investigation phase and or hand the information to the Attorney General for further investigation. That's the purpose of the bill. There are many reasons why these can be explained. For example, it's possible those 2 times that the New Hampshire clerks mailed 21 ballots to the same physical address, it may be that they went to Brown University or University of Massachusetts, and then from their central mailbox, it was sent to a number of different people. That's possible. It's also possible that 21 ballots went to one person at University of Massachusetts as well. We don't know. But all of these, I think, demand some further investigation, because it is too easy, because these people, these ballots that are sent, or the requests that are sent to the clerks, have no positive ID. It is very possible for someone to request multiple ballots from at least 3 sources that I've thought of. I know, and I'm happy to give you those 3 sources if it's of interest. One of them is college students. One of them is people that they telemarket. My mother was getting phone call after phone call during the election saying, do you plan, and the first question was, do you plan to vote in the next election? They knew she was on the checklist, but if she said, no, I don't plan to vote in the next election, my belief is that can go in a separate little pile and someone can request her ballot, and she would never go to the town hall and check to see if somebody had requested her ballot. Who would? You know you didn't vote. Why would you go and check to see if somebody used your ballot? Just never happens. So my point is, this is not investigated. This is not reviewed, mostly because the information is just not available. It's in the database. It's just not available without a court order. So I'm trying to say 60 days after the election, this information should be available. The reason that I've heard in the past why this is not available is that it would be too easy to find out who is not home, and then they would be able to have their homes burglarized. So I'm not married to that 60 days. You can make it 180 days, you can make it a year, I don't care. The point is, these should be investigated where physical address, where multiple ballots have gone to a physical address outside New Hampshire. And when it happens, I don't care. With that, I think I'll end my testimony. Happy to answer questions. I'm sure things have occurred to other people. And I'm not, I've said this time and time again, I'm not a smart guy. I figured this out. I don't know why someone that is much smarter hasn't figured it out and taken advantage of how our system is set up. So thanks. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Bay?
I think you're a smart guy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have examples of
like you.
things like this that where they were actually taken advantage of? The system was taken advantage of.
Thank you for your question. No, I have no examples because I don't know who this physical address is. I can tell you at the time that we got this chart and we discussed it with the HAVA people sitting in the archives, there were examples tossed out, not with specific addresses, but they did point out that one of them, and I don't know which one of these addresses happened to be a high-rise in Boston in the financial district. Why would multiple ballots be going to a high-rise in Boston? But no one has ever gone, to my knowledge, the next step and gone and knocked on the door of the high-rise and said, why are, I don't know, 14 New Hampshire ballots coming to your address? I don't know. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Okay, thank you, sir. And I also think you're a smart guy. So I'm going to ask you some questions. Do you know if that high rise was associated with a university? Because if it's okay.
No,
And
I
then
don't. I'm sorry.
Follow up?
Follow up. And also a large military base may have the same?
No, this did not include any Uokava.
Ah, okay, okay. All right, that's.
But it
all
may
for-
be, just if I can elaborate, it may also be that the villages or someplace like that has one central location where mail is then distributed within. There are, I'm conceding the fact that these could be legitimate, but no one knows. And the fact that they were sent to a common address should be a red flag, and the fact that we don't really know who these people are when they requested the application or when they submitted the application for the ballot, we don't really know who they are either. So the combination of the two, I think, is worthy of further viewing.
Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And obviously, you've not commuted into Boston a lot because that might be a cause for requesting an absentee ballot. But for these town clerks, you don't have the physical address that they were mailed to. Do you have the distribution of which town clerks?
No, I don't. I don't know if, for instance, those 14 were mailed from a single town clerk's location, or,
Okay.
if it were me and I were trying to be sneaky, I would submit the application to a number of different people in different areas because there's no crosstalk for any of that. So, but I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Wood.
Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering, does this imply that any of these ballots can go out to any address? So no one's tracking what addresses these ballots are going to? Or that information is collected, we just can't get to it?
It's almost a distinction without a difference. I have full faith and confidence that the information that is here is true, that the ballots did go to the same address physically. I did not see them perform the actual search. I've only seen this result. So I guess it's left to the reader whether these were I'm not sure really how to answer the question. I would say that there is a doubt, but it's not proof positive in any way, shape, or form that this is something nefarious happening.
Yeah. Can I follow up?
Yep. Your follow-up's fine. Yep. Yes.
Sorry, that was a little confusing, but how did he get this data? I mean, do they keep track of this and you got this? I'm just trying to figure out
Sure.
how you even know this.
So I first went to the Secretary of State, and you have to give me a little bit of leeway because this is 2016 and I'm having a hard time figuring out last week. So my first step that I went to the Secretary of State and asked him, and he said, I don't have the information. And at that time, we had to talk with the HAVA people that did have access to the information to do the sorting, the request of this database. Subsequently, I have found out that the Secretary of State really does have access to this, but can't share it and can't manipulate it for the purpose of generating this himself. I think that's true still. But the information does exist of what that address is. And that's what I would suspect when the amendment, not suspect, but that's the amendment that's coming is going to take this to the next step and have that information that the Secretary of State puts together be able to go to the Attorney General for further investigation if he feels it warrants that.
Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. So currently, is the SOS sending any potential information over to the Attorney General if there is any suspected fraud?
Thank you for your question. No, because they're not, there's no reason, he has no authority to do that. He can't share that information that's in the database, is what I've got from the Secretary of State.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, let me tell the spirit of my question. I actually tried to get an absentee ballot for my daughter who goes to college in another state far away from here. And I was told, okay, either you give this to your daughter, sign the form, send it back to us, and so forth. And I'm imagining when they get it, they'll check if my daughter's in the voting list and send it. So my question is, what do you really mean when you say we don't really know who they are?
Okay,
Or
so
who-
let's say that that application is sitting on your daughter's or this young girl's desk at college, and someone asks her, "Are you going? Oh, you're going to vote? Are you going to send that in?" And she said, "No, I decided I'm going to vote here. I'm going to register here in whatever state she is." That application, there's no reason why her roommate or anyone couldn't take that and fill it in with her name and mail it and have the clerk send it anywhere else in the country. I don't think you could send it in the world, but you could send it, and she would never know that she's voted in two places, which, if I was a college student, would worry me if I was on a checklist here in New Hampshire, but then decided to register and vote somewhere else. It would worry me that there's the possibility that someone asked for my ballot back here. And that's true of any of our graduates from UNH or anywhere else. After they graduate, it's very easy to get a list of who graduated and who was an out-of-state student. They typically leave New Hampshire and head somewhere else to a job. It would be no problem to apply for that person's absentee ballot easily.
Follow up, Mr.
Follow.
Chair. So this procedures right now where when you make a request, you have to sign the form, right? So that's basically, in your opinion, is really not working. So as positive.
I believe, and I'm sure the chair can correct me, my understanding was signatures are not acceptable to be compared, so they couldn't compare it to this young girl and say, that doesn't look like your signature. I don't think signature would be the catch for this. Thank you.
That is correct. The court said that if we are to conduct signature verification, we have to provide handwriting analysis training. So that's not happening. Further questions? I have one quick question. Why did you limit it to addresses outside of New Hampshire? What if there's 50 going to an address in New Hampshire?
It's entirely possible. At the time, we were trying to, when I mentioned it to the Secretary of State, I said, what would be a manageable number for them to do, since this was kind of a fishing expedition at the time. But he did point out, and I think somewhere on this handout that I've given you is the suggestion that the Secretary of State was going to go back and ask specifically for common addresses within New Hampshire as well. You're perfectly correct that this could obviously be happening within New Hampshire as well as out of New Hampshire.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Hill.
Thank you.
Only one other pink card in possession. Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy. And Representative Aikenberg, could you start shipping that blue sheet?
Good morning, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I spoke with Representative Hill about this bill recently. At the time he collected his data, I was sitting next to him in the House of Representatives, so I was not involved in his original data collection. But I am happy to take questions on this and give you just a little feedback. I did request some language changing just to change request to application, and also suggest that once he gets the data, what is it that should be done with the data? Typically, when we get requests for this type of information or requirements in law, we have to share it with the chair of the House Election Law Committee, the Senate Election Law Committee, the Speaker, the House of Representatives, and the Attorney General's office, and then the law would require them to investigate. So some additional language would be needed to require the sharing and the investigation piece of it. But I believe he's working on an amendment to that.
Questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. I should know this question. I should know the answer to this question. Does the absentee ballot application require an ID?
Thank you for the question. No, it does not.
Okay. All right.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Howard?
So, are there any opportunity? Thank you for taking my question. Sorry. Are there any opportunities for the Secretary of State's office to contact the Attorney General's office if there are any inconsistencies?
Thank you for the question, Representative Howard. In listening to Representative Hill's testimony, I came up with an example where if a town clerk were to witness some suspicious activity, say she processed 21 applications for one address and she lives next to that address and knows that 21 people don't live there, then she contacted our office, we would refer her to the AG's office and then they would do some investigation. But as far as doing data analysis in our office and giving that information to the AG's office, we don't do that currently.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Offhand, since these are out-of-state data, do we know anything about the in-state data with regard to this?
Thank you for the question. I have not done any data analysis or requested any data analysis since I've been in the office.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Deputy Secretary, almost called Representative Hennessy. Deputy Secretary of State Hennessy. Oh, yes, Representative Lane, do you have a question? I'm sorry.
Actually, not for the Deputy Secretary.
Up, down, up,
And I
down.
hate to do this, but could we have Representative Hill come back? I have a question
Sure,
for him.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If he's willing, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I've only had half a cup of coffee, so, you know. I was just curious why the Senate didn't act on it. And were you aware, did they express their concerns when you took the bill over there?
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent one. So one time that this was brought up, I think it, and I'm scratching my memory here without coffee. My understanding was it was one of those, it was a year that a number of bills ended up dying on the table. I think it was during I think it was during the shortened year. Correct. So that's my recollection, such as it is. Yeah, I don't think it was based on the
merits of the bill. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I haven't had my coffee, but I've had my Monster Energy drink. Okay, any other questions, Representative Hill, before we let him go off and do his thing? All right. Thank you so much. And look at that, it's 9:50, so we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1085. Signed up to speak. There was no one signed up to speak on the blue sheet that didn't speak, and no one on the sheet. Online, there were 29 in support, 20 opposed, and I'm going to close the public hearing. Going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1092, creating a period for the placing of and removal of political advertising on public property. Going to recognize our own Representative Howard for the purpose of introduction of the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and my name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the District of Stratford 4. So I have actually passed out an amendment already for this bill to kind of allow for two options for the committee to consider. I prefer the amended version myself, but essentially this would clarify the rules of when we would be allowed to post signage on public property. So as we know, when we sign up to become representatives, we are, of course, putting our names out into the public. And we also have cleanup dates for those signs. A week after the election, unless it's the primary, then we have another week. We'll have extended periods if we win till the general. But the thing is that as we know, and part of the reason why I've gone and submitted this legislation is because the town of Barrington, one of the towns that I represent, has requested this language due to the fact that we had a candidate for select board who was posting signage before the November election in 2022. Of course, when you're running for a position that is up in March, there's a little bit of voter confusion that can happen in that type of situation. So I've, of course, was receiving a number of questions about this candidate and if we were going to be having town elections before March. And of course, that was something where it kind of caused a bit of a stir in the community. So this would at least kind of clarify when we could put the signage out. In the amended version, it would be after the filing period, which I think is very fair and very reasonable. So with that being said, I'm open to any questions.
Other questions from the committee? I actually do have questions because I'm familiar with this case that you're referring to. Just so if another member wants to jump in on this, by the way, because I'm just going to kind of run here for a second, but if someone wants to jump in, let me know. I don't want to monopolize it. So this case, this is the guy running for selectman. He owns a gun store, right, or something like that. And he's posting a 4x8, if I recall, 4 foot by 8 foot sign on his property, but it's in the public right of way, but it is on his property, right? So, you know, I loathe the slippery slope argument because it's so you can use it for anything. But you know, if it's his property and he's posting a sign, he's posting any political sign. For me, it doesn't matter that he's a candidate. He's posting any political sign. It could say Representative Barry is a jerk. Yeah, good. Yeah, don't vote Barry for governor. How? You know, I get, like, you know, the roundabouts, or if it's obstructing public view, right? It's a safety hazard. Like I get true, what I would call truly public space, and I get safety concerns, right? But this sign, my understanding is it's back off of, it's not like on the road, but they just don't like that it's up so early. But he does have a First Amendment right to express his political opinion, even if it's obnoxiously a year before his election. Who are we, I guess, to get to my question, who are we to curtail his First Amendment right on property that he does own? There's a public right of way, but he owns that property. So if it's not creating a safety concern, it's his property. Who are we to tell him what he can post specifically about political speech on his property?
So, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with whatever he wants to put up on his own private property. But the thing is that there were more than just the 4x8s. There were the corrugated plastic signs that, you know, we buy in bulk, and those were all up and down Route 125 and Route 9. And the thing is that was kind of the concern that I had, was the fact that these are all in public spaces on right-of-ways outside of the private property that he owns. I understand that there is some discomfort with that sign, but as long as, you know, it's, again, following all of the safety guidelines and is posted on private property, I don't have a concern with that. The thing is and that's why I specified public spaces on the bill, so that it would be kind of a little bit clearer to kind of say if it's not private, but it's the public property, the intersections and roundabouts, as you mentioned, that would be kind of more concern to me and concern to the voters, as again, they were all over town.
Okay, so I'm gonna follow. So your intention is not the situation I'm talking about where it's on his right, it's on the right of way, but it's not obstructing and it's his property. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about the roundabouts, the town squares, right? We're talking about
Yes.
truly public property. Okay, all right. So that I'm much more comfortable with. Sorry, I wanted to get that clarified. Representative Weary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there a legal definition for public space versus private property?
That I am not aware of. I tried to kind of make it as well, not necessarily as broad as possible, but to specify the fact that we're focusing on public spaces and not private property. So, I mean, I can try and work on something to get a better answer for you.
Follow up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, as it's written, could there be concerns about someone, declaring, well, I can see it, it's in public space, and even though it might be on private property or that sort of thing, starting to try to enforce this, using that as a mechanism where there's potentially a conflict, with the private property allowances, and so, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that in terms of the way that we've been kind of trying to approach it, there is legislative intent, and we can kind of make the argument that this is intended for specifically public spaces, as we've already discussed here, public right-of-ways, roundabouts, etc.
Yep. Where? Yes. Follow up.
So just in Hudson, for example, if someone were to do this, the Public Works would come by if it was on public property, as it were. Public Works would come by, they'd sweep them up. If the person wanted them, they'd pick them up at the town center, and could repost them again if they wanted to, and then they would get picked up again. So I guess does Barrington not have this capacity to pick these up, or is it just because it was on private property and so they weren't allowed to? I'm just trying to understand the.
Well, I think they wanted to clarify the rules a little bit, because as I had said, these signs were up and down Route 125 and Route 9, and they were in public spaces, not on private property. And so they were not necessarily having those picked up. So they were staying out in public spaces, which is part of the reason why they requested this legislation.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Quayle. Excuse me. Wow, Representative Quayle. Representative Quayle was the guy that I beat in my race.
That is me.
Why we really went into a weird there. Yes, Representative Quayle.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that thorough introduction. And thank you, Representative Howard, for taking my question. I'm just reading here 664-17, and it states explicitly, no political advertising shall be placed on or affixed to any public property, including highway rights of way or private property, without the owner's consent. Does that suggest at all that the means already exist in the law for say, a municipality where someone has posted signage on the municipal property, already has the authority to not grant permission and required to be removed?
So
thank you.
Yeah, this is that part of the statement. That's basically saying that we as candidates cannot place signage wherever we would like on even private right-of-ways, like if you put it in front of somebody's home without asking them first and without their consent.
Follow up, and wouldn't that imply that municipalities, actually own some public property, for example, would have the authority to refuse permission to put a sign of any sort on that property already? Wouldn't that already have that authority? Thank you.
I don't know, because the way that I've read that, it's mostly to kind of give property owners a little bit further rights over the land that they are owning. Is if you're putting out on something that may be public, but right in front of their home, it may look like they are supporting you in your race, but they may be supporting a different candidate, for instance. And so this would kind of allow them to remove that signage, legally speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bowman.
Thank you for taking the question. The law currently states political advertising placed on or affixed to any public property may be removed by state, city, or town maintenance or law enforcement personnel. Isn't that already in law?
Well, I think that this is to kind of further that statement and kind of, because there are certain opportunities where towns do take liberties with what is allowed and what is acceptable of postage of political signage in public spaces, and this would kind of create an area where they could kind of say, this is our start period, you just can't place it after or I mean before this point, and after people have filed for their election and become candidates, then they can post freely.
Any other questions? Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think perhaps it might be a little confusing to have the words public spaces in one portion and the second part public property? Perhaps if it's adjusted as public property, that might be a little more clear.
Yeah, I mean, I would be open to amending that further, and we can definitely work on that together. I mean, as I stated, the reason I wanted to clarify public versus private is that I didn't want to restrict people's ability to voice their First Amendment right on private property. So, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Now, you're proposing two different versions. One showing it 60 days before the election and one after the filing period.
Yeah, so
Do you have any comments along the way of where you said? Thanks.
So yeah, sorry. I have had a number of conversations with other groups where they had concerns over the 60-day period, and I have to agree with them. I prefer the filing day version of the bill because that makes it very clear that once you are a candidate, then you can post the political signage. But if you are not necessarily declaring that beforehand, then it kind of creates a start period. I mean, as I stated, we already have a cleanup period where we're supposed to clean up these signs, and this kind of just creates an end gap on the other side where it says I'm starting and I can then go and publicly post signage in these spaces that are allowed.
Further questions from the committee, Representative Bang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, this is probably nitpicky. So for this one, if there's a 10-day filing period, a candidate can only put a sign after the filing period. Would you welcome an amendment that'll say after the first day of the filing period or after the candidate actually filed?
Yeah, I'd be open to that.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Howard. I only have one other pink card in my possession. It's Deputy Secretary of State Hennessy.
Good morning, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. As the chair of the committee pointed out, the political advertising on private property is free speech. And to Representative Burnham's point, the public spaces as defined in here isn't very well defined. Back in, I believe, the 90s, a similar law was in place, and I do not know the details behind that, but I would recommend reaching out to OLS or Legislative Research to find out why that law was taken off the books. I think based on conversations with other people, there may have been a lawsuit, and so the legislature at that time took it off the books. and again, I don't know the details, but I would recommend just reaching out to legislative research to find out the history of this section. Also better defining what public space means. Does it mean that if I have a huge bumper sticker that I keep on my vehicle for a candidate that ran for election 8 years ago, am I not allowed to park in a public parking spot? Does it mean that I, as an individual property owner, own the land along the highway that you spoke of? And I'm sorry, I don't know the instance of that you're speaking of, but I own that actual land and the state has a right of way through that land. And I've given an individual candidate right to post signs all year round on my land, even though the state has a right of way there. Are they not allowed to do that? So just some clarification about what public spaces means, and what, anything that would be able to help better define for our office what the intent is, and also, I imagine, I can't speak for the AG's office, but how to investigate it.
Will you be taking questions?
I would love to take questions. I might not have the answers, though.
Questions from the committee? Representative Perdomo Bryant?
Thank you. And thank you for being here. Would you believe that that instance that sounded a little far-fetched truly happened to me in my community many years ago, where I was asked to move my vehicle because I had it was on election day, I was in a public space, and yeah.
It's like a sure. It's like a sure. Sure. We'll move on. Next question for first. Jeez. Deputy Secretary of State Hennessy. Wow. I'm batting 1,000 today. All right. Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards in my possession. Representative Aikenberg, can you pass that blue sheet over? Signed up online were 29 in support, 0 opposed, 0 neutral. And is there anything on it? Pro. And then one person signed up who didn't speak in support. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1092, and we will stand in recess until 10:15 for the purposes of House Bill 1099. Okay, we're back. Oh wow. Send this, ship this. Going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 10099 relative to partisan school district elections. I'm going to recognize Representative Power for the purpose of introduction. That's who we want, right? Okay. So that on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1099. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County District 36. To begin, this bill was filed upon the request of a number of my constituents. This is a simple, straightforward bill. The purpose of this bill is to allow for partisan school district elections. House Bill 1099 is enabling legislation, which means that the legislative body, the voters of a school district, may choose to adopt the provisions or not, and they also may choose to rescind the provisions once adopted. Currently, there is enabling statute to allow for partisan town elections under RSA 669-12. Therefore, it only makes sense that we would allow for partisan school district elections. Now, allow me to briefly explain the provisions of this bill. Keep in mind that the provisions in this bill before you mirror and also reference the provisions for partisan town elections, as I mentioned in RSA 669. If this enabling legislation statute is adopted, then partisan nominations for school district elections shall be available to any political party which polled at least 3% of the entire vote cast for the office of governor in the last election. Currently in New Hampshire, that would include two parties, Democrat and Republican. Partisan nominations for school district offices are made using a caucus system by a secret ballot and then put forward by the Democrat and Republican town committees in which the school district is located. With this bill, persons wishing seeking to run for a school district office have three options to get their name on the ballot. Option one, a person can file their name for an open school district office with the clerk of the town political committee. The town political committee then meets in caucus to vote and select their party nominees for the various open offices. And then the town committee would then notify the school district clerk of their partisan nominees. So these people that went through this process, they would be partisan nominees. Option two, a person can alternatively collect 50 what is called nomination papers for a particular school district office from the voters of their political party within the school district. The person would then present the required number of nomination papers to the school district clerk. This person then becomes a partisan nominee. And then option three is a person who does not wish to seek any partisan affiliation. They simply would file with the town clerk or the school district clerk using the same process today. This person then becomes an unaffiliated nominee. So additional details to note with regards to this bill. The caucuses for selecting partisan nominees must be held before the 6th Friday before the school district election. The caucus selection process is outlined in RSA 669:18 and RSA 669:37 through 53, and it speaks to notice, location, checklists, ballots, hours, and the filing certificates of nomination. Each town political committee can nominate one candidate for each open office position in the school district. With regards to ballots, what the ballot will look like, it would have 3 columns listing the candidates for each office, Republican, Democrat, and other.
And this is similar to the ballot for the partisan state general elections that we're all familiar with. And also notably, the ordering of the columns and the candidates would be determined annually by a random draw by the Secretary of State. Lastly, I have an amendment which I passed out to the bill, and this relates to the process for partisan school district elections when a co-op is involved. I forgot to address that when I drafted this bill in the summer. And then filed the bill in September. So the amendment simply outlines that political town committees of the towns in the co-op, they would combine their votes for their partisan nominee for at-large positions, like the moderator, the clerk, or the school district treasurer. In conclusion, House Bill 1099 is enabling legislation that provides a formal avenue for major political parties to identify and select candidates. And this bill allows for a candidate who so desires to be clearly identified with a major political party on the ballot for school district elections. I respectfully ask that this committee please recommend OTPA on House Bill 1099 to provide school districts with the option for partisan elections. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my bill introduction, and I'm checking the time because I have to introduce another bill in another committee, but I see that I have some time to answer some questions.
Okay, what is your cutoff, just for time?
I'd say probably quarter of.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Representative Bone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. So is this bill the identical procedure to what is existing in law now for town partisan elections?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That is correct. As I said, that currently in New Hampshire, we have that ability, and a number of constituents said, why don't we have this enabling legislation for school district elections? So yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So in our municipal elections and in school elections, we already, it's already possible for anybody of any party or non-party to file to be a candidate, correct? So what is the advantage to having the parties choose their candidates?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So the premise of this bill is to allow for the party affiliation to be denoted on the ballot as we do in the general election.
Further questions on the committee? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. What reasons have you heard from your constituents who say they want this? How would this help them?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So what has been communicated and explained to me is that they would like that, they see that as additional information to inform them in making their selection when voting for these particular offices.
Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To your knowledge, how many towns have adopted partisan elections?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So based on my research, with regards to the enabling statute that we have right now pertaining to town elections, I am not aware of any towns based on my research. However, I am aware of a number of towns that have attempted to pass this enabling legislation, and the constituents have done so through a petitioned warrant article. That being said, I am aware of the city of Portsmouth. They do have municipal, partisan municipal elections for what is called their election officials. I did speak to the clerk of the city of Portsmouth. And so that would be an example of a municipality in New Hampshire that does in fact have partisan municipal elections.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. We're living in a very divisive time with extremes, and it causes challenges even at the local level. And I'm wondering if you have any concerns about this bill contributing to more division at the local level, because you would be taking something that is nonpartisan and serving the entire community and making it into partisan elections. Do you have any concerns about that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That's an interesting question. And to be clear, politics, whether, you wear a label or not, it is partisan. And, people, based on their views and what they bring to the table, to the elected positions and how they vote, it is partisan. So I don't see this as anything that's going to contribute to what is already a reality with regards to the government in our state.
Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking another question. But even somebody is a Democrat or a Republican, they can still sign up as other, correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That is correct. As I explained, there's 3 options and 3 ways to get on the ballot. 2 options, you would be a partisan nominee, and the third one is that, yes, correct, you can choose not to pursue a partisan nomination and just sign up as the process is today. So that is correct. Thank you.
Representative Lane.
I think Representative Bone addressed my question. Thank you.
Turn my own mic off. Representative Rafter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Did you say earlier that if you wanted to be an independent, you would have to get 50 signatures to be on the ballot? And is that a bit of a hurdle for people?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So I explained in option 2, if a person seeking a school district office didn't want to go through the caucus process to become a partisan nominee, they could alternatively get its signatures. It's called nomination papers of 50. And to be clear, this bill is modeled exactly after the process for partisan town elections. So I'm not doing anything different or above and beyond. I feel that it's important to keep things consistent across the board. Thank you.
All right. Representative Weary, since the committee knows, I am going to end questioning for Representative Power at 10:30 to keep us on time. Representative Weary.
Just a quick logistical question, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick logistical question. Amend the bill after, your amendment says amend the bill after replacing all of section 1. So this part in the original bill stays intact, and then everything following it would be replaced by the amendment. I just want to make sure that is clear.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, one more question for Representative Power. Representative Brennan.
I just want clarification, if that's okay. Did you say that there are 0 municipalities that have chosen to enable partisan elections aside from the city of Portsmouth? There are 0 towns that have enabled that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I have not had much success with the research department here that's availed to us. So I did my own research on my own time, and I was unable to find any. So that doesn't mean that they're not out there, but I would emphasize the point that this is enabling legislation. It's a tool in our toolbox. And if school district, well, in this case, if a school district or if a town would like to, and the voters in that town would like to have this as an option, it's there. Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll let Representative Power go. Thank you. Next up will be Eric Power.
Good morning, honorable members of the Election Law Committee. My name is Eric Power. I'm from the town of Brookline. I'm also the president of an organization called the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire. And also I serve as the secretary of our Brookline Mason Republican Committee. And I'd like to speak in favor of this bill. I think it's an important bill to allow voters to be able to have a partisan election for the school district like we can for the town. I think it gives the voters more information, and our town committee would be eager to do that. You know, if you look at the legislation as proposed, I would be the clerk that would be running the caucus that would help select the school district nominees. This is a common sense bill that allows the voters to have more information and also allows the committees in the town to be able to be more active in the town elections and in this case the school district elections. This year we're in Brookline, we have a warrant article to adopt the municipal town elections. We have not put that forth previously, so we have that going. And we did it by petition. And as part of that, when I was getting signatures and talking to people, said, why can't we do this for the school district too? We really would like to do that. And so logically it said, well, we can't quite do it yet. The legislature hasn't permitted it for us. So there's clearly a need and a want for some folks to have that. Just to be clear, so if you did it in a school district, all your school district officials could be nominated and elected on a partisan basis. The most common you would think of would be the school board. If you had a cooperative school district, it would be your school board, and if you had a cooperative budget committee, they would also be under that, as well as your other officers. The other thing that may not be clear exactly, you're all state representatives, and I know that sometimes the Republicans caucus and the Democrats caucus, that's available to you under 91A because you were elected on a partisan basis. So if you have a school board that is elected or a cooperative budget committee that's elected on a partisan basis, they could also have a partisan caucus, the same way you have a partisan caucus here in the State House as Republicans and Democrats. So that's another very powerful tool that becomes part of this if it's adopted by the school district. I would say that this is enabling legislation, so it's just available if you would like it or not. If the voters want it, they can vote for it. If the voters don't want it, they don't. They can rescind it if they don't see it working for them. And I think that, you know, we live sort of in a world where there is politics, whether you like to admit it or not. And so this just allows the voters with more information about who they're voting for, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So with that, I will close. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes, I will.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think this would increase voter participation in those notoriously low voter turnout elections on the school and town level? What do you think?
That's a great question, Representative. Thank you for the question. I think it will increase voter engagement because they'll see the partisan piece of it in there. Whether you're an independent or you're a Republican, you're a Democrat. We are, I don't know about most towns, but in our town, we range anywhere from 15 to 25% turnout. It's often below 20%. And I think it just would engage more voters. There's a lot of apathy out there, and this is a tool. That was the main reason we actually have put forth the article for adopting the partisan elections for our town this year. I know that there was another attempt at adopting partisan elections that did not pass, that was in Atkinson in 2022. So there is a desire, and I think that folks are like, well, why can't we have partisan ballots for the school and the town? So I think it would make sense, and I think that there might even be more interest in it if you could do it that way, and that would increase voter turnout, I believe. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Just going back to your testimony about enabling caucusing among school board members. So my school board has 5 members. Let's say 3 of them were Republicans and 2 of them were Democrats. Would it not create a situation where you have isolated members of the school board? Say if it was 4-1, wouldn't it create a situation where you are not encouraging working together?
Thank you for the question. I think it's the same. You would ask the same question. Does being partisan here in this committee offer the same, get working together or not? I think I think it's a valuable tool, and I think elections have consequences, and who's on the board makes a difference, and who the caucuses are. And I think the caucuses are, the way it works is you take a temporary break and then you come back. So I think it helps people work together. I think by caucusing together, I think that you can arrive at compromises a little bit more, because you can, in a private caucus, I can talk to fellow Republicans and decide what's the right way ahead. How can we compromise? I think it would increase cooperation.
Follow up, please.
We'll go Representative Lane unless she wants to yield. Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. If this is a way that we were if this was a road we were going to take, would you support requiring students to register with a political party as well, so that they would know that they have representation on their school board?
I don't see that that's relevant to this question. I served, I didn't mention this, but I served as a cooperative school board member for 3 years. And I think that if students are old enough, they should go register to vote. But I think, and they would know who the partisan candidates are if they're voting.
Further questions, Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a similar follow-up to Representative Brennan and what Representative Bone was talking about to the previous witness. Are you aware that over 1/3 of the voters in New Hampshire are registered as independent or quote other?
I am aware of the statistics about the Republican Party having a slight edge over the Democrats currently in New Hampshire, and then with independents being the biggest bloc. Yes, I am. But there's still a path for people to be independent. The ballot would have Republicans and Democrats and other. So this is just enabling. If you want to be part of the partisan process, you can, but you're not forced to.
Further questions? Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to partisan elections, identifying the parties as just additional information on the candidates, do you know of anything that's precluding candidate in a non-partisan election to identify their party affiliation in their materials that they distribute in their campaign?
Thank you, Representative. There is nothing that prohibits it in the campaign materials, the signs and such, and some do, and I did. But having it actually on the ballot is really something that voters would like to know, because not everybody sees all the advertising that's out there. It's always hard to reach voters. So, like I said, more information is better for those who want it.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none. Okay. Well, we're gonna keep things going along. We'll have one more question, then we're gonna bring up the next speaker. Representative Weary.
Yeah. So would this? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So would this? So say in town, I from the Green Party, and I wanted to register to vote. Is there any mechanism that would allow me to say that I was from the Green Party and wanted to participate in the ballot in that, with that sort of affiliation? Is it so that even if I was separate from the caucuses, I would still be able to identify, if you will, my political leanings by that party affiliation?
Thank you for the question. Under today's law, with the partisan town elections, it's only available to those parties that received 3% or more in the previous election for governor. So if the Green Party did have 3%, they could have a caucus and they could nominate someone. But that's the way the law is for municipal town elections for partisan. So that's the same thing that we're following for the school district.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Next up is Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Board Association. The last pink card that I have. Representative Vangenberg, if you start shipping me the blue sheet, that'd be excellent. Never mind, it's already in my possession.
Thank you, Chairman Barry. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Barrett Christina. I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are not taking a position on this bill primarily because it's enabling, and when there's enabling bills, we often don't take positions with them. However, I do want to just highlight a couple issues with the bill and sort of the larger policy issues, and perhaps answer a couple questions that have been asked where there may be some confusion or some answers still may be needed. First of all, it's hard enough to find people to run for local elections these days, whether or not it's a school board, a select board, your school district clerk, your school district moderator. NHSBA would have a concern that identifying these as partisan positions would only lessen the pool of people who are willing and able to run for locally elected office. Second of all, from a school district perspective, the first aspect of good school board governance is students, not party affiliation or partisan politics. Second, I guess somewhat related, how would this bill, I know this isn't the purview of this committee, I understand that, but how would this bill help students? NHSBA views everything relative to school districts, whether it's elections or the delivery of services, is that how it impacts and how it helps students. Continuing, a typical school board member, I know we have a couple former school board members on this committee as it is, but in my experience, your typical school board parent is a soccer mom or a soccer dad who's just trying to maintain an interest in their child's school, help out where they can, provide the voice of other parents within the district. It's not about being a Republican or a Democrat or an independent or a member of the Green Party. In terms of gathering information about a particular candidate's positions or views, many candidates will have a Facebook page, Joe Smith for Concord School Board. Many school boards will have a Meet the Candidates night before March election where they'll come in and the members of the public may have an opportunity to interview and ask candidates their particular views on school funding or books in the library or the building project or whatever it might be. We also have concerns as to how this might impact employees. If a school board is of one particular party or another, and through through teachers' union work, are teachers going to be targeted for positions that they're taking in their private time that may not be popular with the majority of their elected school board? We would have concerns that policies and programming would swing back and forth every March if our school board elections became partisan. Things like curriculum and textbooks and computer programs, those are expensive, and we don't want one side picking this one election and the other side picking this a following election. To some of the other questions that were raised, I did not know that this was that the primary language was lifted from similar provisions in RSA 669 until Representative Power mentioned that. That statute was enacted in 1979. I sent a quick text to my colleagues at the New Hampshire Municipal Association and asked if any towns have implemented the provisions of RSA 669:12. The answer was none. So 45 years later, no municipalities have chosen to enact the partisan election system. And relative to that, speaker before me said that there's politics, in our schools, whether we like it or not. Well, whether we like it or not shouldn't necessarily be the question. If we don't like it, I'm not sure that adding more politics into our public school discussions and decisions is going to help alleviate partisanship, whether or not that's on the local level, the state level, or the national level. So I think that's it. The other one practical point, we talked about sort of the election, the pre-election system for getting on the ballot, and currently, go to the town clerk or the school district clerks, you fill out a form, you pay your $10, and you're on the ballot. Now we're talking about having a Republican caucus and delegates just to get on the ballot. It seems like we're inserting an unnecessarily difficult process to achieve what we don't think necessarily has a great outcome anyway. So thank you for your time, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time, committee. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned that textbooks and software are expensive and you wouldn't want one side picking that. But if one side was ending up to pick those things, wouldn't it be reflective of the will of the populace, of the will of the voters?
Thank you very much. Question. Yeah, well, it would certainly be reflective of the will of the voters who voted in that election.
Questions on the committee? Further questions? I do have one. So these town elections, school board elections, same day, they're notoriously low turnout, which if you've ever followed this committee, you know has been a huge sticking point for me. One of the reasons they are low turnout is because voters do not know who the candidates are. One of the reasons we have party preference is because it gives you kind of a boilerplate of who that candidate aligns with. So wouldn't this bill, there's negative effects, there's positive effects, but wouldn't one of the positive effects be that we could actually see increased turnout in these elections because voters would know by default going in which candidates align with their particular viewpoint?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. And that's certainly a reasonable take on why we might want to do this. I think there may be other reasons, though, why voter turnout in local elections is less than it is when we're having general elections in November. When you're voting for your school board, there may be one person on the ballot or one seat on the ballot. When we're going to a general election in November, there may be president, senators, House of Representatives, some state elections, so on and so forth. So to your point, yes, I think that's a valid point, but I don't know if that's necessarily the entire reason why.
We'll end here. We'll end you with there. I don't see any other questions. I will remark with this. Your school's taxes are the largest portion of your tax bill. So just on a personal level, I have trouble accepting that argument. I think it's because they don't know who the candidates are. But thank you so much. That's my little parting gift to you. There's no one else to speak. So with that, we'll close the public hearing. Online, it was 31 in support, 3 opposed, 0 neutral. I'm going to yield the chair to Vice Chairman Bohm, so that I can introduce my own bill.
Opening up the public hearing on House Bill 1126, and we'll hear from Representative Berry, who is the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a follow-up piece of legislation to what we passed. I believe it was bipartisan last year. This has been one of those things that I've been getting at now, I guess, for 4 years now, about making these absentee ballot lists more accessible and available to candidates. So to give you guys kind of the history here, a bill we passed, I believe it was, I want to say it was the first session of my first, so I want to say in 2021. We passed a bill that gave candidates the right to have electronic access to the absentee ballot list requests. So in that language, it said that you as a candidate could basically email your town clerk saying, hey, I want to get the list of people who've requested absentee ballots. One of the shortcuts we did there was we used existing RSA referencing the election database, the election portal. And it turns out that there are limitations to what you can get out of that already defined in the statute we referenced. So specifically, the information that you were legally allowed to get was the voter name, the voter ID number, the date the absentee ballot was requested, and the date the absentee ballot was returned. So that's great for people like me who are able to create relational databases and take the voter ID number, use it as a, it's called a reference key, and then tag it to the voter file, and then spend spit out the address. So if you know how to do that, life's great. If you don't know how to do that, the list is worthless. So what I'm doing here is I'm adding that you get the address where registered, so not the address where it's mailed. We heard that, and I know that that's going to be a debate, but the address where the voter's registered, the voter's party affiliation, the type of the election the ballot was cast in, and I'll talk about that in a second, and the date it was mailed. So right now you get the date that it was requested and the date it was returned, but you'll also get the date that the clerk sent it out. The type of the election the ballot's cast in, a lot of voters in these, not the odd year elections, but the even year elections, they request their primary ballot and their general election ballot in the same poll, right? They'll send in the form. So you need to be able to see as a candidate which election you're talking about, whether it's the primary or the general. But I'm hoping it's pretty non-controversial. The information, with the exception of the date it was mailed, the information is already, all of this can be hobbled together if you have the right data set skills. But I don't think it should be limited to just those that can create relational databases. I think everybody should be able to use this to communicate with their voters. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why is the voter ID number needed?
Why is it needed?
Yeah.
Well, we already get it. It is the way to identify the individual voter. It's everything stems from that, right? So last names can change, right? All those sort of things, but your voter ID number stays the same. So it's just a way of tracking people. We already get it. Yeah, the voter ID number is already public information as well. So that's not like a secret number.
Thank you.
Representative Trudeau O'Brien.
Thank you. Is it possible that there could be, say, two people with the same name at an address, and that would clear that sort of thing up,
Yeah.
like a father and son sort of
Yeah,
thing? Okay.
correct. Because sometimes the juniors and the seniors gets left off. You really do need the voter ID number. I mean, that you currently get it, but you really do need it to create distinction in certain cases. I'd say definitely limited cases.
Representative Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the earlier bill that we heard today with respect to absentee ballots, it mentioned kind of a 60-day period so that, if someone were gone for a period of time, snowbird or that sort of situation, that you wouldn't be making them subject to vandalism or that sort of thing. Or even though this current regulation doesn't have that, are you amenable to something like that?
Oh, absolutely not. No. So the first thing is this is limited to candidates. It's not a public access list. The candidates already have the rights to it, and it is explicitly for the purposes of campaigning. So when you put a 60-day delay on it, you make the whole thing. If you proposed that, I would go down swinging on it, fighting it. The candidates have a right to know. I talk to this all the time. Candidates have certain rights too. Candidates have a right to know who their voters are. Candidates have a right to campaign to those voters, even if those voters sometimes don't want to be campaigned to. That's the First Amendment stuff. But if you are voters who are pulling an absentee ballot, you have a very short window, especially in a general election. You have a very short window to get to them, right? Right now, it's like 45 days. So you want, I have a very large seat. You're Hudson, right? Hudson. So you have a large seat as well, right? I think actually we're probably similar. I have 30,000 constituents. I think you're right around there, right? I can't get to everybody in 40. I can't physically get to everybody in a week. It's not possible. I knocked 4,500 doors the first time I ran. That would have been, roughly 20-30% of my voters, and that's a lot, and that's more than some people represent. So you have to, when you get these kind of larger flotarial districts, larger towns, and you're starting to see, absentee ballots tend to be around 10% of the request, right? So it's pretty simple math, 30,000 times about 70% eligible registration times 10%. You're talking about, you end up with, like in my case, you end up with about 800 to 900 absentee ballot requests. While the voter does have an ability to go and pull their absentee ballot out on election day, and that's a whole nother box to unpack. The reality is once a voter has sent in their absentee ballot, the likelihood that they're going to make a correction or a change, rather, is probably a better word, is basically slim to none. So you really want to get to, as a candidate who's in a competitive election, you really want to get to that absentee voter as early as possible, as quickly as possible, because they've raised their hand and effectively indicated that they're voting early. I know that is probably distinction without a difference, but they have effectively indicated that they are voting early, and you need to get to that voter as soon as possible. So I'll talk about something that I do, and I've mentioned this before in this committee, is I keep a huge track of who's taking those absentee ballots, who's requested one for the general election, and I pre-write letters and I hand sign them and I put a stamp on them, and I wait until that town clerk drops the absentee ballots in the mail. Then I send mine on the same day, so they get it at the same time. And I'm very, very happy to say that when they were recounting Ward 6, there were a lot of ballots that had folds in them that were for the opposite party, and then you'd see a bunch of them with Representative Berry checked at the very bottom, which is why I won my election. So. Turns out if you campaign, the voters will vote for you. If you have some, I guess, not suck ideas, but.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I am just curious, the voters checklist already has an address and party affiliation. How come the absentee voter list doesn't?
Yeah, well, it didn't because of it was a unintended consequences of how we wrote the law. We used basically we referenced another piece of RSA that basically said that's the only information you can get out of the ElectionNet system. So we're basically cracking that open and saying you can get you can expand the information you get. It's not going to be like a huge burden. The information's there. You're not going to be burdening the town clerk with this. They're already pulling the file. You're just adding 1, 2, 3, 4 columns to it that they already have.
No more questions? I have one. One of the problems we have here, you have address where registered, but in a lot of cases, absentee ballots are going where they're not registered. For example, in another couple of weeks, a resident of Litchfield is vacationing or summer home in Florida is going to call me up and ask me who to vote for. So, I mean, because he's got an absentee ballot, but it's going to Florida. So should that be on your list?
So, I mean, personally, I would support that. I didn't put it on there because I know that there is contention among the committee about that. I tried to make the bill as I would love to be a 2001 consent, and I knew that if it went to address where mailed, that I might lose some people. On a personal level, totally down to have that on there. So if during exec we all agree that that's cool, then I would definitely vote for it. But I tried to, when I bring in legislation, I like this, I try to be, here's where I think we're going to land, even if it's not everything that I want it to be.
Okay, saying no more questions? Oh. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, Representative. On line 7 there, it refers to the type of election the ballot was cast in.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you trying to get these for campaigning ahead of time? So
that might be a typo we need to fix.
Yeah, your tense is wrong.
Yeah, because I guess you're right. Yeah, the ballot hasn't been cast yet. So I guess probably requested maybe. So we can fix that. Good catch.
Yeah. Was requested.
See, even I can't do it right the first time.
Okay. Saying no more, Representative.
Just a clarification, the address where a voter is registered, in the case that my friend Chairman Bohm referenced, where someone is spending a great deal of time in Florida, say, or as a snowbird, would they not have their mail where they're registered be forwarded to that other home in Florida? And wouldn't that resolve the issue that...
It might. I'm definitely down to have that debate and conversation. It might. It could just be that they're away on vacation in Aruba.
Thank you.
You know, it's a comment that there's information that is inherently excluded, right? We don't get protected voters, right? You know, personally, on a very personal level, I think you have a right to know where the ballot went. I just think you do. And it's not just a campaign perspective. It's, I think, as a voter and a candidate, you have a right to know where your ballots are going. But I know that not everybody in the committee holds that worldview, and I didn't want to. It sounds like we have another vehicle in which we can explore that conversation. I just don't want it to be this one.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Berry. Next on the list is the Deputy Secretary of State, Erin Hennessy.
Good morning, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Good to see everybody again. This language in the bill would be something that our office could do easily with creating new reports within our statewide voter registration system. To the chairman's testimony, the reports would be generated by our office, templates for them, and then your local clerk, or if requested on a statewide level, our office would generate that report through that template so that no inappropriate information would be given out. So it's something that can be done, very similar to what is done now. To Representative Ward's point, we would request some language clarification in the bill in two different places. One is the type of election the ballot was cast in. I would recommend that that would be changed to election the ballot was requested for. Additionally, the date mailed. Not all absentee ballots are mailed. Sometimes they're hand delivered. For example, in January when I went in to get my pay my car tax and my daughter was registering to vote, my clerk asked if I would like my absentee ballot, which I had already requested, and she hand delivered it to me. So maybe just semantics around our system will not be able to tell you if it was hand delivered or mailed. So just sent or another word versus mailed that would make sense to you and solve any questions about if we need to make a change in our system or not. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? No, Representative Wary.
Just on the possibility that we might reach a consensus on where it was mailed to, if we were to go for that piece of data as well, would that be readily available or possible through this mechanism?
If you were to put in this bill that we would be required to also provide the address to which it was mailed, our system would have that and we'd be able to generate a report for that.
Okay. With that, thank you. And there's no more people on the list. The blue sheet was empty and I'm not online to look at who looked it up, who signed in electronically. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on 11:26 and turn the gavel back over to the chair.
Okay. Oops, sorry. All right, just so we know, 1126, the best bill ever. 31
Right.
support, 2 oppose, 0 neutral online.
Oh, okay. You look
The best bill ever. We're going to stand in recess for 2 minutes till 11:05.
Okay, somebody should have asked another question.
I don't have 11.
I don't have 11:34.
I think that was the one I had to go get.
Mine was out of order, Gary. See if yours is behind it.
I think there's one of them I had to go get.
Yep, out of whack.
Oh, out of order. The two connotations of that, huh? Let's see. We already did 5 bills this morning. bill is Representative Burnham's bill.
Okay, 11:05, going to reopen the public House Election Law Committee for the purposes of public hearing on House Bill 1134 relative to inventory controls of paper ballots. We'll recognize our own Representative Burnham for the purpose of introduction of the bill. Representative Burnham, it's good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for allowing me to introduce this bill. So essentially, this is just to have accountability from the inception of the ballots until they are finally reconciled and put away for such a time, if necessary. This will help local elections, and also should there be any question as to the amount of ballots that are generated and provided by our printer, all the way to election day as to how many are received from the local town level, and as well as the absentee ballots that are also in that same process. So it just kind of clarifies some of the issues that tend to happen at the end of the evening of elections with the moderator's checklist and certificate. So hopefully all the numbers balance out and there aren't any backing up issues that tend to happen that evening to get the proper numbers. So hopefully that's all I have.
All right, questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I just want to have a clarification about what this is asking for. We already keep count of how many blank ballots, that are given to the polling place, and how many blank ballots are given out to voters, and then how many of those ballots how many blank ballots are left over at the end. So there's already a very careful accounting of all the ballots. Okay, so what else is this asking for?
This is actually at the beginning phase of the ballots that's not included, such as the order requested from the printer.
Yep, I don't see anybody else, so yeah,
Follow up.
absolutely.
Thank you. So how does that help? How does that help? Verify the number of people that actually voted.
It's actually tracking the actual ballot itself, not so much how many just voted, but also how many have been ordered and printed prior to receiving in the town. It kind of adds that beginning state.
Oh, yeah, keep going. If no one else wants to jump in, sure.
Okay, so I guess I don't want to debate it. I just don't understand why that helps with the accuracy of the votes. Why
I
does
think
it
that,
matter?
I'm sorry, I think that Representative Weary has some information to share on that. So he can go into more detail.
He is up next.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Burnham. And Representative Weary is up next. Representative Weary, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I have the privilege of serving in Hillsborough County's 13th District, the great town of Hudson. Just want to give a little preamble to why this particular bill was put forward. So in December 2022, the report of Special Committee on Voter Confidence stated that one of the reasons for high public confidence in the safety and security of New Hampshire elections is because, quote, each voter has a paper ballot. So a proper inventory of printed ballots, starting at the printer, enables the reconciliation of ballots throughout the election life cycle to be able to fully demonstrate accountability of every paper ballot, not just kind of what's locally in the town, but also what's produced at the printing shop. an ability to fully reconcile ballots or an inability to fully reconcile all the printed ballots creates an uncertainty and may cast doubt on the full security of the paper ballot. So to maintain that confidence in the election, there are certainly some areas that don't have, if you will, full accountability yet, at least not in a recorded fashion. And so the idea behind this bill is simply to do that. I would say from more of a personal experience, I'm used to dealing with highly regulated drugs, which have a certain labeling that are required for them, and you're really required to have a amount of labels purchased, and then amount of labels shipped, amount of label used, amount of labels disposed, very similar to what we do with election ballots, but it begins with what's done at the printer. And this is really to kind of get more granular about those sorts of bits of information, and so that really there's a full accountability of that from beginning to end. And with that, I will take any questions if you wish.
Questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet, do you have a question? I had a feeling that you would. I could just.
Thank you.
Psychic.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I don't think comparing the inventory of ballots is a good comparison to comparing the inventory of prescriptions. Can you?
It's not prescription. It's a label for the drugs, where that is actually tightly controlled by the Food and Drug Administration per their regulations. So it's the tight control, inventory and reconciliation of pharmaceutical labeling, and that is, and the analogy is perhaps that there's a great problem with counterfeiting in the pharmaceutical industry, and that is analogous to concerns that at least some parties have expressed with regard to ballots and whatnot. So, and misuse of ballots, and this would simply end that discussion, quite frankly.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Weary. And last up with the pink card is our own Secretary of State, Dave Scanlon. David Scanlon. Do we go by Dave or Dave? I don't know.
Either one is fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you. For the record, I'm Secretary of State David Scanlon. And I wanted to take the opportunity to just inform the committee how the ballot production process works. I understand the concerns that are out there about inventory and making sure that we account for everything. The concern I have is that we can take it to a level that actually makes us more efficient and causes problems with the election process, because we're dealing with really tight time frames as we get in close proximity to the election. So hopefully when I explain the process, it will alleviate some of the fears and concerns that are out there about how this process works. And I know that we have some local election officials in the room, so I think you already have some understanding of this. But when it comes time for an election, the first thing that I do as Secretary of State is try and determine how many voters I think are going to turn out at the polls on the day of the election. And based on that, I will determine how many ballots, both absentee and official, that we need to have printed for every polling place in the state of New Hampshire. And then based on that, and based on the filings, we have staff that design the ballot according to the requirements in the statute. It takes a tremendous amount of time to actually proof those ballots and make sure that they're completely accurate. And even at that, even after we go to print, sometimes somebody will find, a spelling error or something. And I'll talk about how we deal with that in a second. But the first thing I do is I come up with a number of ballots that need to be printed, and that number is delivered to the printer. We have a relationship with a local printer that does
that prints the ballots for us. When they are doing that, we have a presence at the press with staff in my office so that they are there kind of overseeing that process. The ballots are organized by numbers, and we have these big sheets of paper that we order from the pulp mill, and the people at the press will organize, might be 4 or 6 or 8 ballots per sheet of paper for the different towns. And they run that, they do that run based on the numbers that I gave them. They, they produce their own sheet that tells how many ballots they actually printed. And then when the sheets are printed, they go to a cutter, and the cutter then trims all the excess paper off so that we're left with just the ballots. The towns on an individual large sheet of paper may vary somewhat, in size. And so for one town, we might order 3,000 ballots. For another town, it might be 3,500. Another town, it might be 3,250. But in the end, the printer will take the number of ballots that we ordered from that stack and give them to the staff that we have in the press that are actually boxing the ballots up and shipping them to the individual polling places. The leftover ballots, the excess ballots, I'll say, are kept at the press, and we call those overrun ballots. So that if there is a town that feels like they're getting nervous because they feel like they're running low on ballots, they call us up. What do? We usually have those overrun ballots that we can put in a box and get to them right away. But each step of the way, when I order the ballots, we keep track of that. When the printer prints them, we keep track of that. So we know how many ballots was actually printed versus the order, and we have an idea of the number of overruns that we have at the press. Because we're dealing with so many sheets of paper, in a general election, it's well over 1 million ballots that we print. We don't sit there, we don't have somebody actually counting each stack. They have these tools that they call stab counters that, you kind of push it into the pile and it'll pull out the set amount. It's not perfect. It's usually within 1 or 2 either way. So we tell the moderator, we tell the town how many ballots are in the box that they're receiving, but then there's a law that requires the moderator to actually physically count those ballots once they get them. So they have the exact number of ballots that they actually received from the Secretary of State. If a town receives overrun ballots because they got low, we keep track of that. We keep track of how many ballots we sent to them. Sometimes we have a candidate that will pass away, and if there is enough time between that event and the election, and the party gives us the name of a replacement, we will reprint the whole set of ballots for that town. We keep track of that. I mentioned sometimes we find a mistake, a candidate's name is spelled wrong or something. We will reprint the ballots and keep track of that. But, there is we keep track of those numbers. So then we get to the election day, and these are the numbers that are really important. It is the number of ballots that were actually cast, how many ballots went through the machine, and how many were hand counted combined. Or if it's a hand count town, how many ballots came out of the box and they were counted, and then comparing that number with the number of voters that checked in on the day of the election, and hopefully they match. Sometimes there's more ballots than voters checked in, and that's usually because the ballot clerks got to socializing a little bit too much and somebody forgot to cross a name off the checklist. So, if there's a 2 or 3 vote variation there, we don't get too excited about that. If it's much larger, then we have to figure out why. when we do our training with local election officials, we give them different ways that they can reconcile the numbers that they have at the end of the night. And, it might be finding a couple of the major candidates on the ballot, getting their totals, adding in the undervotes and the overvotes in a particular race, and hopefully that should match pretty closely. It is not unusual, because this is not a perfect system, that, there is minor variations in those numbers. And that's why you see the election officials get really excited if everything matches exactly. And sometimes they just don't, sometimes it's late at night, and sometimes they're tired and the numbers are off and they just can't figure it out. They send us the report as it is, and then we try and sit down with them after the election, to help them reconcile as best we can those numbers. When the election is over, all of the cast ballots are stored in sealed boxes, and all of the uncast ballots that were sent to the polling place are stored in sealed boxes. There is no requirement at a recount that the uncast ballots have to be counted up. The law just says that the cast ballots are counted at a recount, and so that is what we do. But we have all of the physical evidence if we had to, to reconcile the number of ballots that were printed and used at an election for an election within reason are there. And those summary numbers that I mentioned to you, we do keep track of, and they're available, upon request for anyone that's interested. And then the last thing that I would like to offer the committee is, if one or two or individually want to come to the press while we're printing ballots, we'll be happy to escort you through that process so you can see exactly how it works, the security measures that are in place, and the fact that the whole process is overseen directly by myself or my staff at the printer. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Question of the committee, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. And thank you for that explanation. It was very helpful. Can you talk about how spoiled ballots are accounted for?
So if a voter makes a mistake on their ballot, they go to the moderator and ask for a new one. The moderator will write spoiled on the back of the ballot and initial it, and then keep those ballots so that they are kept and maintained along with all of the other ballot materials from that election, sealed in a box. And when we conduct a recount, boxes open up, the spoiled ballots are there so that people can see that there were ballots of that nature.
Follow-up?
Representative Bone, you want to yield?
Yeah.
Yep.
If I understand your testimony correctly, it sounds like you are satisfied with the inventory controls for accountability of paper ballots. Am I understanding your testimony correctly?
I'm satisfied, yes. My job is to help you understand that so you're satisfied. And that's the goal here. And we need to do that to instill confidence in our elections. It's not what I believe. It's what everybody else believes that's involved in this process.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. More of a statement. Would you believe some decades ago, I was a selectman and we were running out of ballots. And I called the Secretary of State's office and they said, oh, we have some. And I still couldn't, now to this day, why would you have more ballots that we didn't have? And you answered the question.
So, and it's a good point that our state law has a process for dealing with towns that might run out of ballots. And in the first instance, when a town runs out of official ballots, they're supposed to keep one and then start using leftover absentee ballots the clerk should initial those to make them official ballots, and then they can be passed out to the voters. If the town runs out of the absentee ballots, then that official ballot that was held can be copied, but the clerk has to initial every single copy that is used making that an official ballot. And then those have to be accounted for in the inventory at the end of the night, when the moderator's filling out the paperwork.
Fun times. Further questions, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation to see the ballots printed, and I'll take you up on that. We have that happening soon with the local elections.
So before you go any further on that, the towns are responsible for the ballots at their local elections. So the next opportunity for the state will be leading up to the state primary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Wood.
Oh, I had a follow-up, but
All right, you can have your follow-up.
okay, thank you. So I don't want to cast aspersions on any specific printing company, so I'll just say in general, if there was a printing company that was involved in printing ballots and if they were very sloppy and they took their extra printed ballots and they just put them unattended outside, you're confident that even if a company was sloppy like that, that your process would be would have the highest of integrity, and there wouldn't be the option for someone to take those ballots and put them into the system and then try to cast them as if they were voters that had cast them.
So we would not deal with a sloppy printer company, and the printing of ballots is one area where we don't have to go out to bid. To find a printer, we can go with a printer that we know will do a good job, that we trust. We keep the printer local, so that if we have to react quickly to some issue, we can do that. So the printer that we have now and the printer that we had probably a dozen years ago that was different, we had the highest confidence in the way they ran their business. It was all first class, and they worked with us very, very well.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for the explanation on the early explanation. Now, I know your explanation was thorough, but looking at this inventory control on the front end when the order, do you feel that this is already being accomplished from what you understand of this bill?
Yes, we keep track of the numbers that are being requested at the front end.
Okay.
And as I said, we can produce those.
Okay, so if the follow-up, please. So if there is overruns that are outside of what they normally expect, you would know that, what you normally expect, because usually when you do printing, there's normal overruns and there's accidental overruns. There's varying stages, but you feel that's under control.
Yes, and so the overruns are put on these carts, and they are kept, in our staff presence at the printer. So we know where they are. If there's a request for overruns from a town, it's my staff that are the ones that go and retrieve it, box it, seal it, and make sure the towns get it.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Again, thank you for that detailed explanation. I really appreciate it. I appreciate your conscientiousness and the conscientiousness of the printer that you work with and you choose for those attributes. Should this be codified in law so that 7, 8, 10 Secretary of States in the future will be using the exact same process and people will know that that's what's happening?
That's a question I had not thought of. My preference would be to leave it like it is, and then if there's an issue in the future, then tighten the screws a little bit. But during the time that we were printing the ballots, the printer actually keeps the doors to the building locked, even during business hours. For somebody to enter, they have to ring the doorbell to get in, and then there's a log that's kept of every single person that enters the building with their contact information.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I don't have any of the pink cards in my possession. Can somebody toss me that blue sheet? And look at that. Just in time on line 1134. On line 35 in support, 10 opposed, 0 neutral, no one signed up on the blue sheet. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1134 and immediately open up the, right on time, open up the public hearing on House Bill 1136 relative to requiring a reconciliation of votes cast and undervotes with the total number of ballots cast. And I saw Representative Andrews. Are you here to introduce the bill, Representative Andrews? I'll take that as a yes.
Good morning, Honorable House Election Committee. I am here this morning regarding this bill as there was an issue in my district and we would never have known about it if there hadn't been a recount. Now, in the end, these papers I'm passing around has the recount in my district, and I believe there is a problem in maybe other districts where they hand count the ballots. 14 errors in 5 pounds is not acceptable. I've been a bookkeeper all my life, and 1 and 1 always had to make 2. And I realize people are tired at the end of the day when they count the ballots and all that, but we have to do better. If we hadn't had this recount, somebody might have been lost the election and just walked away. And I would probably be one of those people that would have just walked away and never asked for a recount. I don't know all the answers to this, and I'm looking to each member of you on the committee to help. And I'm not going to keep you because, like I said, I don't have all the answers. I just wish we could find a way in the law to make people accountable when they count the ballots. Thank you.
All right. Will you be taking questions, Representative Andrews?
Yep.
Okay, she had to think about it, so everybody be nice. Are the questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Andrews.
Thank you.
One other pink card is Deputy Secretary of State Erin Hennessy.
Good morning, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. A little bit of background. When we do our training for our election officials, and I know some of you in here have gone to that training, we do a lot of talking either in person or in our online trainings about reconciliation process. As a CPA, non-practicing, I love when numbers work out, and doing reconciliation was something I did in my former life. So I usually take over the training on the reconciliation process. One different thing we did this year in the presidential primary was that for each of the ballots, for the return of votes, not the actual ballots, the return of votes were set up like a reconciliation. And we could do this because there was just one race, even though there was many candidates on it, there was one race. So we set it up to to help the moderators reconcile the number of ballots, the number of votes cast for a candidate, including the write-ins, the number of undervotes, and the number of overvotes. And yes, there are undervotes, even with just one race being run. So some of the reconciliations were done really well. Some of them had difficulty. One of the issues that we came across with the reporting of undervotes on the election return this year was that there was a big campaign for a write-in campaign. And the way our AccuVote system, electronic ballot counting devices are set up is that if a ballot is completely blank, So in a presidential primary election, if somebody didn't fill in the oval, but they wrote a name in, the ballot counting device would see that as a completely blank ballot. Those are diverted into a different bin. Or if the diverter is not working at some places, they manually go through every single ballot to see if there's any write-ins. But if it is diverted, the ballot counting device will report that as an undervote. And the hand counting teams will see those ballots, and they will see them as a write-in for a candidate, as they're instructed to do, because if somebody writes a name in but doesn't fill in the oval, the voter intent is for that person who they wrote the name in for. But one interesting thing on the reconciliation or the return of votes was that some of our towns didn't realize that they have to reduce the number of undervotes because they've increased the number of write-ins. So that was a tricky thing that some of our moderators didn't quite grasp with this election in particular. And I think just the number of write-in votes statewide really put a highlight on that. So we will be planning on doing more training on the undervote side of things, where even though your tape says one thing for undervotes, you have to reconcile it to the number of write-ins that you've recorded where the bubble was not filled in. So that being said, I just wanted to give you this story to show you that the reconciliation process is not an easy process, especially for somebody who doesn't deal with numbers all the time. And say it's midnight, or if you were with me in Wyndham past midnight, it's not an easy process. So there are some mistakes that are made. But in looking at the language of this bill, this would require that every reconciliation would be done on the return of votes, but it does not require the reconciliation to include overvotes. And that would be, I see that just as an error, because you always have to include overvotes in your reconciliation. Otherwise, you don't get the total number of votes cast. We call it sum of all votes. So if you're going to pass this bill, I would recommend you include overvotes. But one thing that would be difficult for our office to do would be to include a reconciliation on the return of votes for every single office or question on the ballot. So in the general election, we would have to include a reconciliation on the return of votes for every single race that there is, including any constitutional question, or if your town is going to vote on changing your polling hours. It's going to get an extremely lengthy number of pages for each return of votes. In our training, we always train our election officials to do reconciliations. We have not trained them to do a reconciliation for every single question or race. We do recommend that they do at least 3, just to make sure that everything is reconciled. And for your information, the reconciliation would be the sum of all votes to the number of ballots cast to the number of voters checking in. So we call it the 3 legs of our stool. So the number of voters checking in should equal the number of physical ballots that were cast, should equal the sum of all votes that were cast. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Katab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I guess this particular sheet doesn't have the number of undervotes on here. However, I do see some of the merit in it, because I know when I look to Windham, even in the recount that was done, for example, there was 2 recounts done, one for District 17 and one for District 35. District 35 happened at like 10 in the morning, and I don't know, District 17 was at like 12:30. But nonetheless, if you look at the voters checked in, it was 2,033. And then if you end up looking at the District 35 recount, it equates to 2,026 ballots. And then the 17 recount equates to 2,032 ballots. So it seems like in between those 2 recounts, there were definitely some ballots missing. And I could see the same thing potentially, knowing how thoroughly it's done at the recount, and there were still ballots missing, that there could be some missing at the election. But I guess, what would we do if they did realize that there was some missing? What what authority would the town have if they said, hey, our numbers aren't working out the right way? It seems like some of these votes weren't counted. What could they do about it?
So I think there was a lot of questions in there, but sorry, I apologize. I don't know what you're looking at in front of you, but I don't know what that is. I don't have it.
It's the original numbers of the votes in this district and then the recounts that happened after, but the overvotes are missing from here. So that's why I just equated another district where I did see that the numbers are off in that one as well. So that's why I was.
So yeah, to do a proper reconciliation, you would need the overvotes. Otherwise, the numbers are not going to reconcile unless there were no overvotes. To what Secretary Scanlon testified to in the last bill, this is a human process, and I. If anyone has not been to a recount, I recommend going there. There are two people that physically count each of the ballots, and they take turns. Sometimes you will witness the two people not having the same number, and so they count and they count and they count. So there is some times where the ballots will stick together and they just cannot, even though no matter how many times one person counts it, they're not going to get the same number, but they stay until they figure, oh yes, you got 25, I got 25. So that just goes to highlight there may be an instance where one person counts it, two ballots were stuck together, another person counts it, two ballots were stuck together. So I can't explain why, and I haven't looked at it, why those count of those ballots would be different, but there could be instances where two people count the same pile and they come up with the same number, but it is an incorrect number because it is a human process.
Yes, that's fine.
So I guess what I'm asking is, though, if they did this process where they realized at the night of the election that counting the overvotes, undervotes, and like, let's say it was a vote for, they divided and they said, nope, like we were supposed to have 2,000 ballots. This is only accounting for 1,990 ballots if we did this process. What value is it going to add? Because what can they do with that information? How can they figure out where those 10 votes are missing from? What authority do they have to check that, I guess is what I'm really trying to get at.
So at the night of the election, we train the moderators not to announce the results until they've done a reconciliation. And I've been at a polling location where they realized that they did not include the ballots from the side pocket. Some places they have very few side pocket ballots. They did remove those side pocket ballots. They just didn't include them in their final count. And once they did, it was within 1 or 2 votes, and they were happy that they had done that reconciliation because otherwise those side pocket ballots wouldn't have been counted. So they have authority to continue to count until they've announced their numbers and taped everything up and sealed it. And once the ballots are sealed in the boxes, they don't have an authority to open them back up.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So because the reconciliation does happen at the end of the night and under RSA 659-73, Section 4, Part L, there is the statement of, for each contest or ballot question, the number of overvotes and undervotes. And of course that's under Section 4, which states the moderator shall fill out a moderator's certificate prepared by the Secretary of State, which shall be recorded and signed by the moderator within 48 hours of closing the polls or other time ordered by the Secretary of State and submitted to the clerk. The worksheet shall include said information. Because this already takes place and is already covered by Part L, is there a reason for the bill?
Thank you for the question. I can't speak to the intent of the sponsor, but I think the sponsor was actually looking for a reconciliation. And I don't, maybe if you choose to do this, you would specify what that reconciliation would include. I know we train people that the reconciliation is to sum of all votes, the number of voters checking in, and the ballots cast.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Deputy Secretary of State. Next up is Tina Guilford from Derry. And Representative Aikenberg, if you start getting that blue sheet.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak in front of the committee.
My name is Tina Guilford. I'm the Derry Town Clerk. I used to be the Derry Town Moderator. I'm very familiar with reconciliation, overvotes, undervotes, total voters. We're a vote 10 town for state rep. You want to talk about a race that's difficult to reconcile. I will tell you, however, that something that gets forgotten, and there's lots of people that like to look at numbers and they do the math and they do all these things. When you report your total voters, you report your total voters on that day. Not every voter in a September primary or a November race or a November election is actually eligible to vote in every single race. So that reconciliation, you need to be very careful when looking at your total voters versus total votes, because there are federal office only voters. So if you're looking at the total voters that voted in an election and you want the numbers to all total, that may not happen on the further down ballot races that are not federal. And I don't know what exactly you were looking at, but I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that a reconciliation like this would need to actually break that all out. And you're talking about pages and pages of paperwork. We actually use a spreadsheet in Derry to keep track of this. I know some other towns do as well to make sure that we have counted all votes at the end of the night. But I don't know what all the other towns do. But I do want to caution people from just looking at something and thinking, oh, well, it should all total, because sometimes that number may change based on the eligible voters. That's all. And I will take any questions.
Okay, any questions about the dreaded FOO ballot, federal office only? All right, seeing none, thank you. There's no one else signed up to speak. The blue sheet was empty. Online, there was 31 people signed in support, 2 opposed. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1136. The committee will stand in recess until 1 p.m. for the introduction of House Bill 1157. Enjoy your extended lunch.
Good. Can you fill out a pink card, please? Yes, I do. Your schedule. I didn't realize we had federal office only voters.
Because that's the only votes they get. They're usually overseas voters.
Yeah.
And they get sent a federal
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to reopen the public hearings for the House Election Law Committee. Going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1157 relative to overvoted and undervoted ballots. Going to recognize Representative C. Representative C is on loan to us. His committee is currently in caucus during executive session, so he won't be able to take any questions from us today, unfortunately. So he's going to do a drive-by introduction. Representative C, it's good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Election Law Committee. I'm introducing House Bill. I'm Representative Alvin C. from Loudon, and I represent 8 towns in a flotorial district in Merrimack County. I'm introducing House Bill 1157 relative to overvoted and undervoted ballots. And this bill was intended to provide a way for the new digital electronic ballot counting devices to prove that they can process ballots without having large numbers of reported overvotes, as we have seen with the old AccuVote machines. I was originally encouraged to make the legislation consistent with all devices authorized for use in New Hampshire, and that all voters would have equal experience. But on reflection, there will never be equal experiences for all voters, since some voters will be in machine count towns, others in hand count towns. Other cases would be in-person versus absentee voting, and we can make a long list of there are two classes of voters. So with that, I'd like to introduce Amendment 2024-0589H to address the new digital ballot counting devices and to take advantage of features that these devices have to enhance the voting experience.
Okay, is that all you got for us?
I'd like to continue to discuss the amendment, if I may.
I will allow the hearing to continue on the amendment as a courtesy without objection.
Thank you. The amendment calls for the new devices to be programmed to when you put a ballot in, before it actually counts and adds in the total of votes on it, hold it if it detects any overvotes, undervotes, or blank ballots, and gives the in-person voter a chance to take the ballot back to correct it, or to pass it, have the machine to accept it as is. And this is a something that the Help America Voter Act wants us to do. As written, this amendment will leave the old AccuVotes alone without any changes. These devices will still be programmed to return to the voter any ballot which the device detects as an overvote. The new digital ballot counting devices use different technology to read the ballots and determine how the voter casts his or her votes. This should be much more immune to incorrectly detecting overvotes as compared to the old AccuVote devices. The new devices will still need to be programmed to report the number of overvotes and undervotes for each office or question on the ballot, so that they can be on the election night returns per RSA. The candidates in cities and towns using the new devices should closely monitor election night reports as to the number of overvotes and compare with results of recounts if needed. And this should be done even if this bill and amendment is not passed. The new machine should be watched closely. When the absentee ballots are being processed, if they're being run through the machine, the election official can just select to accept the ballot as is. It's not stated in the bill, but the election official may put in the absentee ballots in the auxiliary compartment for later hand counting if they detect things that may make the ballot unreadable, such as a torn ballot or tape on it or any other issues that may be of concern to them. And the only other thing that ought to be looked at, just in case you want to consider it, if the ballots are returned for undervotes, that may slow down the election process for the whole election, simply because a lot of people don't bother voting for all offices on the ballot, so that could be an issue. And you could amend this to just only deal with overvotes if you wanted. So with that, I'd like to encourage you to vote ought to pass with the bill and the amendment. And unfortunately, I would like to take questions, but I need to run back to my committee for exec session.
All right, thank you, Representative C. I don't have any other pink cards on this bill. If you could pass the blue sheet over. Online, 1157 had 18 people in support, 9 opposed. And is the sheet blank? Same at the time? Nope. Nope, somebody signed in. One person signed up not speaking that was opposed. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1157. The committee will stand in recess until 1:25. I would highly recommend that both parties take this respective time to caucus before our executive session so that we can get out of here even earlier. We will be back at 1:25. Okay, and we're back. I'm going to open up the House Election Law Committee public hearing. I'm going to start with House Bill 1149 relative to domicile residency voter registration, investigation of voter verification letters relative to the terms resident, inhabitant, residence, and residency. I believe Representative Horrigan is here to introduce the bill. Welcome to election law.
Thank you. I served on election law my first term with former resident Bob Perry, who's sitting in the audience. I've gotten much older than them. Bob is still the same. So anyway, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County, District 10, the town of Durham, which I guess is may have something to do with why I introduced this bill. And I've written testimony, which I submitted to the website. And I noticed one other individual did, somebody from Granite State Taxpayers, and I just want to caution you, I don't know whether he's coming in or not, or most of you have probably seen the testimony. He's going about the address on the driver's license being proof of residency, and that's not necessarily always the case. You are, when you move either from one state to another or within a state, you're supposed to change your driver's license within, I think it's 60 days or some period of time, but the penalty for not doing so is merely a minor motor vehicle violation. It's not a misdemeanor, so you shouldn't lose your right to vote just because you neglected or forgot to change your address on your driver's license. But anyway, just thought I'd do a preemptive thing without amplifying his testimony too much. And this bill, and I'm sure most of you been in this committee for a while, you certainly were all here last year. It's virtually identical to HB 40 2023, which came before this committee last year. Also the same as HB 538, which came to the committee 3 years ago. HB 40 ended up being tabled and died on the table. HB 538 was introduced in the COVID-19 emergency as one of several dozen bills, all of which were ITL'd in community, which ended up never getting a floor vote, which wasn't really supposed to happen, but those were strange times and exceptional circumstances. And now it's 2024, and I'm back. HB 538 is now HB 1149. It's a combination of two bills which I sponsored with many co-sponsors in 2019, passed the House and Senate before being vetoed by the governor. And HB 106 covered the same ground as the Senate bill, which was also vetoed in 2019. Anyway, so this bill, it looks long, looks complicated. If passed into law, it would simply undo three earlier bills, which, in my opinion and other people's opinions, unfairly restrict voting rights, generally make the voting process less user-friendly, or to put it another way, more user-hostile. And those three bills, which were all passed between HB 1264 passed in 2018, SB 3 in 2017, and SB 318 in 2012. SB 3 is the one that made the more changes and is the most controversial. So I live in Durham, which is a college town. So we have students living here. They're not the only voters who are adversely affected by the changes to voting right laws, which HB 1149 aims to undo. But my constituents in Durham, which is a college town, they do perceive these changes an attack to students' right to vote. And then any citizen over the age of 18 has the right to vote in the community where he or she lives, and we can play games with semantics, but college students and other people who have just been in town a short time are still residents and still idly claim the place as their domicile. And so you have the right to live in the community where you live and make that your domicile, and it doesn't matter why you moved here. It doesn't really, we don't have a durational voting requirements. It doesn't matter how long ago. And if we had a durational voting requirement, that's usually for about a month or so, so much shorter period of time than people such as college students. It also affects military personnel, maybe people who think they're living someplace temporarily to do a job and then stay on, and a number of other peoples. But it's primarily, the controversy is mostly about students who do have the right to vote. In fact, should be encouraged to vote because it's a good lifetime habit. So the point your attention to the second Article 11, Part 1st of our state constitution. All elections are to be free, and every inhabitant of the state 18 years of age and upwards shall have an equal right to vote in any election. Every person shall be considered an inhabitant for voting in the town, ward, or unincorporated place where he, or it could also, at some point, we should probably have a CACR to change that to he or she or they, but anyway, he has his domicile, and the domicile, that's a somewhat complicated concept, but a lot of the commentary about domicile residency is just plain false. Like, for example, what you may be about to hear from the Granite State Taxpayers Organization. So anyway, basically, if you live here in New Hampshire, you can vote here, period. And that's what the law says. That's what it should be. And this rather lengthy bill is just simply putting the voter forms back to where they are, because I think they more accurately reflected that constitutional reality. So that's my bill. I know most of you went through the whole hearing almost exactly a year ago, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for taking my question. I'm reminded of the great Cole Porter musical, Anything Goes. It seems like you're removing any restrictions from so anyone comes in here at any time can vote if they're for more than an evening? Is that what you're implying here?
That's not my intent. I know many people believe that that's what even the current law says and what it said before, but that's simply not true. Everybody who wants to vote needs proof of identity, which can include a driver's license, proof of residency, and also proof of citizenship. So if you have those three things here, it doesn't really matter why you moved to the place where you are. And technically, I guess if you move here just for a day and then vote and go away, that I believe could be a violation of election law, but there's not any evidence of large numbers of people doing that, even though there's sort of a belief, but the evidence, nobody, for example, there's a legendary voter buses from Massachusetts. No one has ever seen those buses. No one has ever infiltrated those buses. No one has managed to get a picture of them. So you wonder, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up, because that's something I know many people believe is true, but there's absolutely no evidence of it. In fact, people in Massachusetts or any other state, they want to vote in their own state's election. They're not really all that concerned with ours. I would just say, no, anything doesn't go, and we're just putting the law the way it was back to 2012, and that law had been in place for a long time. And, anything didn't go back then, anything doesn't go now, anything isn't going to go if we pass my bill. So that's my answer. Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at page 13 for registering more than 30 days in advance of an election, and it's all struck out. So this bill would also remove the requirement that someone would have a driver's license to show their identity, a government ID with a photo on it to show their identity, a government issued check, a benefit statement, or tax document to show their identity. What would be acceptable to show their identity? Maybe just a note from someone, or?
You probably, actually, does anybody have an extra copy of the bill? I think I brought a bunch of paper, but not that one. See exactly what you're talking about. I think that there should be, but we couldn't find them. I mean, certainly before that, you still had to show ID when registering. We did put in a thing where you have to show it at the polling place, which this does. I think this would change. So yes, the line 13, yes, crossing out is crossing a lot of language that was added about. There's a special procedure currently for if you're 30 days in advance of the election, but I believe, and you may want to have a work session or call in the Secretary of State to get the straight answer of it, but this bill has been introduced several times. It would go back to the old form, which still required ID and proof that you live there and all that stuff. So that's I think your fears are unfounded. You're certainly welcome to have a work session and ask the Secretary of State exactly what the current law says and what the current law didn't. But that's my answer. Thanks.
So it might just understand. So this bill, when you say show a form of ID, you're including in that definition an affidavit? Just to clarify.
Well, there is a procedure for an affidavit for somebody who's missing some of the documentation. And I think we put in a provisional ballot. The number of those affidavits is pretty small, but they do include that as a workaround. You're filling that under penalty of perjury. So, if you're taking a big risk if you file a false affidavit. So that's, especially since people are keeping an eye on it, that is something that's a lot of concern about in the public. So
follow up, if I may, unless somebody wants to jump in. So this would repeal SB 418 or no?
SB 318, SB 3, and HB 1264, but then it reenacts the previous law, which covered pretty much the same ground as what those three bills have put in place. So yes.
So we would be going back to a system where you can show up to the polling location with nothing and be handed a ballot, or am I off base on this? I'm just trying to figure out what this bill does.
Well, a little off base. It is theoretically to file those three requirements. If you don't have the paperwork and you're willing to testify, so under penalty of perjury, you could fill out affidavits, if I recall correctly. And I don't know about the committee. We have a provisional ballot procedure in place, which I think maybe one person used it in the Manchester mayoral election. So it's not a large number of people, even before that, who were going that route. So I don't think it's affected any elections. So.
Got it. Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So under Section 8 on page 20, it says that the Secretary of State may become a member of a program or organization who is composed of state, local, DC, or voting territories, election officials from the United States whose purpose is to share and exchange information to improve accuracy and efficiency of voter registration system. Does this mean that you would enable the SOS to enroll us in something like ERIC?
I believe it would. You may want to, I'm not 100% sure the answer to the question. It certainly would be appropriate for them under certain circumstances to do so, and they have in the past. It does mention one particular interstate voter registration cross-check program, which was that was several years ago, but that organization had a lot of problems. It was their system for matching the names to names in other states was throwing out huge numbers of false positives, and so we are trying to make it unable for them to participate in that one. But yeah, they can. I don't think that. I think either before, right now, and after this bill passed, I believe they'll still be able to participate in such programs. And once again, you may want to take another look at it, even though I've sponsored this bill several times, and it's been looked at by OLS multiple times and the Secretary of State's office multiple times. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Corrigan.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was anyone ever convicted or accused of voter fraud, under this law when it existed prior to the numerous changes?
Basically, no. There's a few cases of voter fraud, and they're not necessarily the type of individual that certain people worry about committing voter fraud. Usually it's somebody who, a lot of times, ironically, not necessarily be Democrats and not necessarily young. I mean, occasionally somebody will vote in Massachusetts, for example, another state, New Hampshire, but it's a handful of people, and the Secretary of State and the Attorney General have a robust system in place for trying to catch people who do that, and some people actually have been prosecuted, but I don't know. It's not hordes of people anyway. Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? All right, I will end with this one because it's my favorite question to ask when we get to voter ID. If somebody signs an affidavit and you haven't seen their driver's license, so you don't know where they live, you don't know who they are, who they say they are, how do you track them down to prosecute them?
People have been tracked down and prosecuted. The driver's license, by the way, is not a requirement to vote. Nobody's allowed to carry a driver's license, although then you lose and that's primarily designed to show that you're qualified to operate a motor vehicle. So it's not really a proof of address, and I think hardly, maybe a few people believe it's a proof of citizenship, but it's not that either. So that's, the actual who signs out the affidavits and what happens to them is a matter of public record, and it's a very manageable number of people. So they, so that's my answer there. We're kind of like I think these laws were passed where they use the old cliche we have here, they were solutions in search of a problem. But
Okay, with that, seeing no other questions, thank you, Representative Horgan. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak on this bill. So can you, I didn't look online yet, that's my apologies. Can you guys pass me the blue sheet? And I was reading chapter law, so I don't have my phone on the right screen. 1140. 1140, okay. There's no one.
One against Aaron here in Tennessee.
Oh, yep. One person signed up who didn't speak, and they were against, and that was the Secretary of State's office. And let me get the online here. Why? It would help if I could count. All right, here we go. All right, 1149. We had 20 signed up in support, 60 in opposition, 0 neutral. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1149, and the committee will stand in recess until 1:50. Okay, it's 1:50, means we're back. Going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1348 relative to polling places at which total ballot counts exceed the total number of registered voters. Representative Weiler, will you be introducing this bill? I will be. All right, Representative Weiler, chair. We have a celebrity, chair of finance, the committee that no one in this room will ever be good enough to be on now.
Excuse me. We'll want to.
It's the best committee in the House. God bless anybody who wants to sit on finance. Get to hear everything. But then again, they probably say that about election law, so. Or they don't. Representative Weiler. Can you hit your microphone for me? See, in election law, we use the microphones.
That's a good idea.
See, I went both directions, so now everybody's happy, right? Now we're all happy. I went both directions, all right.
Okay. Congratulations with all the bills you have in this committee that you're on time. Very good. So, 10 years ago, the Secretary of State would declare a good turnout for a presidential election if the participation was 50%. In 2016, the legislature ordered the Secretary of State to write letters to all the same-day registrants in that election. We were letting them get away with affidavits that year. He was somewhat selective in whom he mailed to, but over 8,000 letters were sent out. 5,300 came back as undeliverable. No such person at that address. The results of the 2016 election were somewhat surprising. The Republicans had a 220 to 170 majority in the House. The Senate was 14 to 10 Republicans. However, both Congress people and the Senate went Democrat. One might conclude that the 5,300 fake votes were all for Democrats, and the illegal voters only did the top of the ballot so they could hurry to the next polling place and fill out more affidavits. That was my conclusion when I would go in to warm up at my polling place, and the 7 or 8 seats at the table for affidavits were always filled. Somebody would finish the paperwork, they'd get up, another person would sit down and fill out paperwork. In my little place of a couple thousand voters, there must have been almost 200 that did affidavits. I found some election results, some election audits that an auditor did for the 2022 election. Normally, we see a lower turnout in a midterm election. She states that New Hampshire had a close to 90% turnout for the 2022 election, and due to same-day registrations, she finds 22 polling places where the numbers exceeded 100%. I'm convinced that we are still seeing a massive cheating in our elections, and the results would seem to indicate that it is a Democratic-funded affair. A few years ago, a package from China broke open while it was being unloaded at O'Hare Airport. The picture showed many fake driver's licenses. We need far more efforts to stop this illegal voting in our state. This bill is only one small step. I'm hopeful that this committee will see the need to pass it. In the 2020 election, some secretaries of state certified elections where the ballots outnumbered the population. We need to give our secretary this tool, and on the back side of my piece, I show you how much information we know about the voting age population, and this is available by town and city so that they should be able to know how many people there are in that town that are over 18, and that should be the maximum number of votes. And I recall counties in Michigan where the ballots vastly outnumbered the total population, and yet it was certified. So this is the sort of thing, if our Secretary of State has a law that says, I can't certify this polling place because the ballots outnumber the residents or outnumber the voting residents. So that's my attempt to try to stifle some of this cheating that goes on in this 2022 election. She did find several places where they brought in bunches of people to go sign up to vote that day, more than they should have been by the numbers of registered voters, even including the ones registering that day. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the committee. Seeing none, Representative Bone's not going to let you get away that easy.
Question, so what about, my issue on this is there are people that legally voted. So what do we do to fix that? Their vote shouldn't be negated. Should we have another election? I mean, you just say that, that those votes don't count. So how do you think we should fix that?
What else can you do? If somebody comes in and dumps a bunch of phony ballots, they've been the ones that destroyed the election in that polling place, not the legitimate voters. What else can we do but say, we can't count this, it's been flawed?
Yeah, and also you
Follow-up.
mentioned, follow-up, thank you. I remember some years ago in Kings County, Seattle, Washington, where the governor's race, and they kept recounting the ballots over and over again, and even after the ballots were counted, they took it to court and the judge ruled it out because even though it proved that in Kings County, they had 10% more votes than residents in King County. So, I mean, but what, and it was certified.
So
No,
I assume this is a would you believe?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm thinking, so
All right, sorry.
The problem is I think we still need to do something, like,
It's terrible to negate a legitimate vote,
right.
but it was negated by the crooked people that swamped the polls with illegal voters.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I noticed a couple of things here in item 6, 90% turnout. What's a typical turnout? How we compare that to the typical turnout in 2022? Do you have information on that? I'm
No,
not even
that's
talking about the 100%.
No, the 2022 had an average of 90%.
So all of it was an average of 90%.
So all of it averaged 90%, but 22 polling places out of the hundreds had more than 100%.
Yeah. So I'm one of those people that like, oh, can I have a follow-up?
Sorry, I was having a.
You must have fell asleep.
I was having I was
Thank you,
having
Mr.
a voter age participation VAP flashback.
Okay.
My mind was wandering. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 90% I find high. I'm one of the people that like to play with numbers that we hear about in this group. I find the 90% high. So what answer did you get for 100%? I mean, I'm sure you got this information. You talked to have you talked to the Secretary of State? What's his answer to this?
I've talked with his people that investigate this sort of thing, and they claim it's very low now since 2016 because they didn't allow for the affidavits. But when I know there's phony IDs out there, then the amount of numbers that this auditor showed that were coming out, typically there was 25 to 30% same-day registrants, which I think we would all find somewhat surprising, but especially a midterm election.
Yeah.
I will regret this, but Representative Muirhead is recognized.
As a simple point of clarification, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. Are you saying that the average turnout in the state of New Hampshire in the 2022 election was 90%?
That's what this auditor said.
Over the whole state?
Over the whole state.
Thank you.
Which is, I remember when some of the elections, we had a big turnout, 53%. And I remember that for years and years. That's what they would say. Oh, big turnout, 50-some percent.
We're actually going to go to Representative Brennan. She had her hand up, unless she wishes to yield. Representative Wood.
Yes. Do you know, since you've been looking at these numbers, what was a typical 2022 election turnout, say for all the states? Do you have that information?
I didn't research that.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarification, the Secretary of State does actually have that report online if anybody wishes to go look at it. It's quite fascinating. New Hampshire's always in the top 3. Representative Hamlet? Sorry, Representative Hamlet. I apologize. I'm going to your colleague, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Representative Weiler, thank you for being here. I'm seeing a number of claims in your testimony, and I'm hearing a number of claims in your testimony, and I'm wondering if you might be able to cite your sources so that I can do some follow-up research.
I think the auditor, I should have written her name down. Had so many names in my mind lately. But anyway, I think it's on voter integrity. And she's got the figures from 2022. She's a person that was arrested so often in the Nashua Town Hall, she moved out of the state. Every time, Marilyn Todd, thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions, Representative Hamlet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So could you just please explain the graph that you have on the back side of the page?
Yes.
What do those percentages stand for?
Basically, what I wanted to show, when somebody said, well, how will we know that the voting is more than 100%? Well, we have all the census data, and it goes by towns, and it goes by cities, and it tells us right there, citizens 18 years and over, and that's will be in every census report. So that would be basically the 100%. If everybody that was in that town that was over 18 voted, that would be 100%. If the number exceeded that, then we have a few phonies.
Further questions, Representative? Oh, sorry. We yield to Representative Hamlet. Which Representative Quayle?
Okay.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you for taking my follow-up. So, but these percentages are all less than 100%.
No. The important one is citizens 18 years and over. 1,035,684 out of 3-point-something million, 3.1 million, I think we have in the state. So only 1,035,684 are above the age of 18. Now, if you went and did this town by town, you would have the number in your town that were in the census that were over 18. Okay, if that number was 286 and you've got 300 ballots, that would be questionable. You're having over 100% voting. So you would look at the census numbers that should be in your town, and it would be very unusual to even make 100%. But to exceed 100%, and with the number of, in Elizabeth Todd's voting, there were typically 25 to 30% same-day registrants, which usually is highly speculative. Those are the ones that in 2016 filled out affidavits, and then when they wrote a letter to that address, no one there. So.
Okay. Representative Lang? Just gonna go. Representative Quayle, that's right. Sorry, I'm getting it's getting late.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. I have a question that relates to the wording in the bill itself, and it's on line 3, that first sentence that starts, "In any polling place where the moderator reports a total ballot." I'm reading that sentence. I'm not sure if I'm having a reading comprehension problem or maybe there's a word that doesn't belong there. So, in any polling place where the moderator reports a total ballot count which exceeds the number of registered voters, et cetera, including voters, shall have the election result negated. Does the word "in" at the beginning of that sentence maybe not belong there? What am I missing there? Am I just reading that wrong?
Well, the negation of election is the label of that section of
Right,
the
but
law that would be added.
But what shall have the election result negated? I don't see a subject for that sentence. It's been a long time since I diagrammed a sentence.
The moderator.
Where the moderator reports a total ballot count.
Well, perhaps it's not the best grammar.
Am I? All right, well, that was my question. I mean, I don't need it answered right this minute.
Yeah, I can see where it's a little confusing. Who would negate it?
Right.
Who would
That's
negate it?
that's the vital thing. And I kind of leave this to the Secretary of State and try to empower him and have him looking at, wow, this is a pretty high turnout. Not only that, it was more than there were people in the town.
No, I understand your argument. I'm just really being fussy about that sentence, and I'm not sure it makes perfect sense as
It's
written.
in
but-
your hands to
You'll have to
correct it.
excuse the representative. He's an engineer, and these things matter. No, I'm just-
Well, they do matter.
they do matter. Of course they do. That's why I love you.
Don't put down engineers.
Are you an engineer?
MIT.
Oh, Lord. We'll have the last question from Representative Lane.
He knows better than just to admit it.
His hand up too, but thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a couple questions, so there may be a few follow-ups, sorry. So this information here is from a census, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the census is done every 10 years,
And
correct?
usually now they even update it fairly regularly. I
Okay.
think
The
this one
offi-
even had,
Okay.
see, it has down there 2015.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, okay. So if you're using that for now, or even the 2020 number for now, aren't you going to get some disparities?
I would look for the latest one, and I think even the, one of the departments of the state updates. I know when I'm working with the latest numbers, sometimes they bring me an updated number from either the administrative services or one of the other departments in the state that do update some of the ones that are dependent on the population.
A lawyer and an engineer.
So so you are willing to take the vote away from an entire ward or town of people because the numbers that we've gotten from a state agency, whether or not they've been updated, I don't know, may be incorrect, or maybe people have moved into the town since those numbers have been.
This will send a message to those that pack us with phonies on the day of registration, that you're likely to have it all negated.
I'm going to offer some clarification here. The bill at no point references the census numbers. Just so we're all on the same page, what the bill says, because I think we're getting off track, and I'm going to excuse Representative Weiler after this, but so we're on the same page. What the bill does as read is it says if the total number of votes, I'm assuming cast, is larger than the total number of registered voters, including those that registered on election day. So if there are more votes cast than there are voters on the rolls after same-day registration, then the election is negated. I know we're talking a lot about these census numbers, but nowhere does the word census appear in the bill. The bill says registered voters, including those that registered on election day. So we're talking about an election in which more ballots are cast than there are registered voters, including those who registered on election day. So with that, I'm going to let Representative Weiler go back to the golden halls of finance. That'll be my last camp. Will indulge. Yes, you have one more. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Isn't the process of a recount going to give us more information about what happened if there's a transposition error or some other unusual situation, like say what happened in Windham? We find out more when we have a recount, and then we can fix those problems. This would keep us from being able to do that, right? That's my concern.
Well, I mean, you'd start off with saying, we have 235 registered voters, we have 250 ballots. How could that be? And, you know, even if you did a recount, unless it came under 235, then it might be worth it to do that if you say somehow we got double counted somewhere.
Thank you, Representative Weiler. Next up will be Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Hennessy. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State, and I'm here on behalf of the Secretary of State's office. I have a few comments on this bill. One, I would like the clarification on the wording. It currently says, at any polling place where the moderator reports a total ballot count. Earlier today, we had a bill about talked about our ballot inventories, and at the end of most every polling location, the count of the ballots will exceed by far the number of voters checking in or sum of all votes at that polling location. So if the intent is for cast ballots, I would like that clarified versus the count of the ballots, because the moderator does have to report the count of the ballots according to 658, 31, and 32. The casting of the ballots, the cast ballot information is on different forms, so we would like a clarification on what form this information would be on, whether it be the moderator's certificate, the moderator's worksheet, or some new form. I do have similar fears that were also echoed in this by committee members that this would disenfranchise voters. We have 308 polling locations in the state. That means that we have 308 different moderators and clerks and supervisors of the checklists that all work as a team along with ballot clerks, filling out forms, giving us information. And we always have a form that has incorrect information unintentionally, where they've written the number backwards or they've added an extra zero. And this bill doesn't give any option for our office to reach out to that polling location to fix any errors that were made unintentionally.
Okay, and I assume you'll be taking questions?
I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, are there questions on the committee? Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if there's, after the paperwork submitted to you, and there are more votes cast than the registered voters plus same-day registration, is there a procedure, a written procedure as far as what happens?
Thank you for the question. Currently, there's no procedure in law to find out, to do anything with that. What our office did recently was reviewed all the return information and tried to follow up with the polling location moderator to find out, ask questions. Most of the questions that we asked had to do with ballots cast versus sum of all votes. And the issue I talked about earlier, where the undervotes may have been overstated because they were turned into write-in votes, but were never reconciled that way. You didn't take away an undervote for the new write-in vote that you've discovered. So the sum of all votes would be more than the ballots cast in that instance. Sometimes the moderators were able to look at paperwork that they had and realize, oh yeah, that was my issue, and corrected it. Other times they may have taped all of their paperwork inside of the ballot box, although we don't recommend that they seal up their notes at the end of election night. Sometimes it happens, and they are unable to confidently say what the issue may have been.
Representative Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is the Secretary of State Department aware? Item 6 here says she found 22 polling places where the number exceeds 100%. Is your office aware of any example of a place where the number of cast ballots, that's what I'm reading here, exceeds 100% of the eligible voters?
Thank you for the question. Not to my knowledge. I know that there was a misprint in our red book for one town that did represent that. I really hope we don't make that mistake again, but that was a misprint.
Yeah. Can I follow up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You sent me on another trip down memory lane. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So what would be the problem with if there was 100%, how could you say that there weren't voters disenfranchised in that process? If you cannot, if you have votes, if your system comes up with more votes than registered voters we spent all this time collecting this data. I'm starting to testify, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. He's trained me
Would you
well.
believe?
Would you believe? No.
If I know.
All I'm saying is, how would that hurt? If we had 100%, it sounds like we got a problem.
So as an accountant, I like to deal in details. So right now the bill says ballot count,
Yeah.
which I see as a huge issue. So I think that for me to give an opinion on what you've just said, I would just need more details and the specifics of the situation.
Thank you. We'll let Secretary Hennessy go unless there's another pressing question. Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Are you aware in the state of New Hampshire of any instance, any evidence, any legitimate evidence of widespread voter fraud?
Thank you for the question. There are instances, but there's no widespread instances.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Next up will be Mackenzie St. Germain from America Votes.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain. I am the campaign director for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a project of America Votes, here today in opposition to House Bill 1348. Wanted to start off by saying we know that there was not widespread voter fraud in 2016. There's no evidence of fraud in any sort of New Hampshire elections, and our current registration laws do require that new registrants provide ID when they register to vote for the first time, and need to provide ID within 7 days if they don't have it on election day for their ballot to count. So I think that is worthwhile for one keeping in mind. I also, just in the context of this conversation, was able to quickly pull up some of the numbers from the Secretary of State's website for 2016. There were 755,850 ballots cast. There were 1,007,402 people on the checklist, and the citizen voting age population, according to census data at that point, was around 1,035,000. So some context of what the state is providing for us in terms of both ballots cast, voters on the checklist, and citizen voting age population. This bill is incredibly concerning in terms of removing votes wrongfully from the count because of a mistake that could be made. If someone, if voters who are eligible voters cast their ballots, we should never be removing their votes from the results. I am not aware of any case in which there was actually data that there were more ballots cast than the number of people who were registered to vote or who were in the town. As the Deputy Secretary testified, I know there were some independent cases where numbers were written down wrong on the form. We should absolutely make sure that those are addressed and corrected in any place where it seems that there are more ballots cast than voters. That is absolutely an issue that we need to figure out, recounting, doing a recount, a hand count, diving into what happened there. That absolutely is an issue we must remedy if it were to happen. However, removing eligible voters' votes from the election is unacceptable and not something that we should allow to happen in our New Hampshire elections.
Okay. Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up with the pink card is Olivia Zink from Open Democracy. Representative Aikenberg, you start tossing that blue sheet.
I wasn't planning to testify, but Olivia Zink with Open Democracy. I want to speak on a couple of things that have been said here in this testimony. I had the pleasure of serving on the Voter Confidence Committee, and I traveled around the state listening to testimony about how we can improve voter confidence. And I think it's really important that we think about how to improve voter confidence. But when we look at the line 3 and 4 on total ballots counted, at the end of the night, normally it's 10 or 11 or late. After a long day, moderators are filling this out, and the total number of ballots count includes blank ballots. So you could have blank absentee ballots, and you can have blank regular ballots. So the total number of ballots, and the Secretary of State is who decides how many ballots are printed and sent to each community. And I think they do a very good job estimating, but there's leftover ballots. Sometimes towns have to print more. But I think that this needs to be ballots cast on line 4, absolutely, if you move forward. But also, I think that this legislation, I think we could do a better job updating the moderator's worksheet so that the moderators are all reporting the same things. I have seen handwriting mistakes where a moderator number is wrong in the total number, and when a couple of days later, there's an updated list on the Secretary of State's office with the corrected moderator number. So I have seen this happen where there's number of of voters, but it's oftentimes a mistake and it's reprinted 2 or 3 days after the election. But I would love to see a moderator's worksheet written in plain English so every moderator could understand it. And I would also love to see moderators enter this information on like a form, and that there's not somebody interpreting the handwriting of the moderator and putting it in a spreadsheet. I think that would do a lot more to increase voter confidence than a bill like this. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. There's no one else signed up to speak. With that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1348. There was no one signed up on the blue sheet. Online, there were 7 in support and 22 opposed. With that, I'm closing the 1348. I'm going to immediately open the public hearing on House Bill 1381 relative to required training on election procedures. I will recognize, I believe, Representative Weary will be presenting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Ware. I have the privilege of serving in Hillsborough's County 13th District, the great town of Hudson, renowned in yesteryear for the home of Benson's Wild Animal Farm. So,
Very nice. Ooh.
so for 1381, we've heard Ms. Zink just made reference to the report on the Special Committee on Voter Confidence back from 2022, and that stated that public confidence is high because elections are administered at the local level according to state guidelines. And so efforts should be made to ensure that proper training in these state guidelines for elections are available to the local personnel conducting the elections. Secretary of State currently offers training on the election procedures and has repeatedly reported to this fine committee that election procedures training is often poorly attended, with less than 50% of the communities participating. That 2022 report on voter confidence also made repeated recommendations to require proper training for the administration of elections at the local level. And then last week we have heard about issues in the fine town of Windham, as well as in the Senate district race, the issues that were brought up with there. And certainly some of those scores and large numbers of errors could have been reduced by adequate training. So, this request for training in no way should impugn the many wonderful clerks and moderators that we have. There are a number of election officials in New Hampshire who diligently perform their job and handle their responsibilities with great professionalism and integrity. And these individuals are probably in the majority, but they are not the problem. As we saw from these forensic audits that were conducted within the last several years, there are clearly some areas of great negligence and where people have abdicated their responsibilities. Our voters deserve more, and so this specific training requirement in this proposed bill endeavors to close that gap. Specifically, and I don't think the Secretary of State's office will comment on this, but we've already known that training is available and being provided. So I don't think by codifying it, I don't think we're putting an additional burden on that office, but I'll wait the Secretary of State's office to testify to that. And so basically this just adds that this training should be documented and that it should be required, and that elsewhere where we already have provisions for lack of training under RSA 659-77, that would also be addressed. So that's it, and with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Vice Chairman Moe, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. One of the problems I see here is with the Secretary of State already offering education, is a lot of people are volunteers, including the moderator, who doesn't make that much, and they have jobs. It might be difficult to do any training other than reading the manual. And like the adage says, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And so the same thing is happening here, and I don't see it requiring, but what if somebody doesn't go? What do you do?
Well, that's what provision number 4, I believe, addresses, that if they fail to attend, it's considered a lack of training as already codified in the RSA.
So,
And follow up.
yeah.
So what happens then? So they have a lack of training, but what does that do to the person?
This doesn't provide for any enforcement, but this identifies whether or not there's a problem in terms of training, and documents whether or not the training has been completed and attended to.
So I want to actually thank you. So I was having lunch with my parents today, and my dad asked me, the 3 years you've been doing this, have you read the entire section of RSA, all the election laws? I said, probably not all of them, but there's not much I'm missing. This was actually one of them, so I just read it while you were giving your testimony. So what happens is during finding of lack of training means that the Attorney General's office will appoint a election moderator. So my understanding is if you don't go to the training, then the Attorney General's office would then basically see an overseer. That's what I just read, at least.
I have a question for you. Did you mean to say monitor?
Monitor. Did I say
Okay,
moderator?
thank you.
I
Yeah,
meant
you said
monitor.
monitor.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
okay.
Monitor.
Okay, thank you.
So, but anyways, thank you for that. I didn't even know that section existed, and now I do.
Happy to provide you that thrill.
Because I had that same question Representative Bohm has, and I just got to reading. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you. It's, would you believe
Which,
that I'm election official in Manchester, and to get our full pay of thousands of dollars for working that one day, we have to attend a training and work the election.
right. So would you believe that you had to attend training yet? Yes, I've attended my own town's training practices. I think they're very good. Part of this, though, allows for the Secretary of State to record the training. So I can't speak for every moderator, but my moderator is certainly very diligent. He attends the training, and then communicates that the lessons learned to the group of volunteers that have agreed to participate in the election, and he communicates that and trains them very well. This is meant, again, as I said in one of my remarks on my preamble there, this is not to impugn the many wonderful moderators and clerks who do their job and do attend the training, but this is to really provide a mechanism where they can attend online training. Maybe I agree that not everyone can be at an on-site training in Concord, and I'm sure there are regional offerings of training, but even so, that may conflict with other commitments in one's life. So the very fact that that training could be recorded and then viewed at a subsequent time as allowed in this proposed bill, I think expands the opportunity, or removes the opportunities for lack of training, if you will. So.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Representative Katab?
Just wondering, knowing that the election schedule would place a new moderator into position in March, why would we do this for the general election and not for the state primary? Why would we, if we want to have training, why would it make sense to skip the September primary and only give training for the November general?
Prior to a state general election, well, that may need to be something that's amended. So you're talking about line 18, I assume,
Correct.
where it talks about that general election. We may need to write an amendment to expand that to the appropriate races and so on. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Weary. Next up, we'll do Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Thank you, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I think I need to sponsor this microphone. I've been up here so many times today. First, I want to thank the sponsor of this bill for recognizing that in New Hampshire, we have wonderful elected election officials who do a great job with New Hampshire elections. This bill would put into law pretty much everything we're already doing in our office. We do a lot of in-person around the state training. I think we did 13 different in-person trainings before the presidential primary. We recognize that not everyone is able to do in-person training, and that we have a very diverse state geographically, where if you live up in Coos County, you're not going to go to a training in Keene very easily when you have a full-time job. So we also offer online training where we record pretty much PowerPoint slide type of presentations. They're not as good as our in-person training because you can't ask questions. But we also try to do, and what we've done in the past is we record a online session where we do a presentation and then we open it up for questions. So you may not, if you're watching this recorded online training at a later date, you may not be able to ask a question, but you can listen to all the other questions that were asked in the live online training. But we do have many different recorded online trainings is available for any election official. If election officials do not have access to this, they should reach out to their town clerk or to our office. We spread this out to anyone who has an email address in our statewide voter registration system. And we are constantly expanding our trainings. I do want to point out that that there are a lot of different elected election officials. This bill does just speak to two groups of them. We also have select board members and we have supervisors of the checklist that also do a great job in our elections. But the roles are different between moderators and clerks and supervisors and select people. So just giving you that information. The only new part I see about this bill is the lines 26 through 28. Otherwise, we currently do what the bill requires of us.
Questions from the committee? Representative Rafter, I haven't heard from you today.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Since this requires attendance at training, how would you confirm that somebody has attended if they don't attend in person?
Great question. When we have our and I don't remember the name of the program, but you have to request access to the program with your email address and then click the link that you get to do the online training. I'll have to confirm if we can see if you've left it, but we can't tell if you put it on and then you left the room and didn't watch it.
No one would ever do that. No one would ever do that. Come on, a Zoom meeting?
We do have logs
Those
of
are
people
sacred.
who have requested it and watched it. And we do have, when you come to one of our in-person trainings, you sign in.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You did mention that the online training materials get updated. This is actually a twofold question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Okay, give the old two parts.
How often are the online training materials updated? And when you say update, what type of update is done? It's like, and the spirit of my question is, okay, if you have old PowerPoints before, they just update the PowerPoint, or after doing it so many years, you now have a master class type of training material?
That's a great question. We don't have a master class, but if we had more money and more people, we could create one. I would say on average, again, I've only been with the office for about a year and a half now, but on average, I would say we update them at least every 2 years. If your role as a ballot clerk is ballot clerk and it continues to be ballot clerk, there may not be any new legislation that has changed. Like right now, we have AV next to an absentee voter in red pen. If there were legislation that would change that to red pen highlighted in yellow, we would update our presentation to make sure that the ballot clerks knew that. Does that make sense? And then we also do any law changes. We do an update on specifically any law changes in general.
Questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. Are there any things, materials that these election officials can walk away with, such as a certificate of having attended or a badge? I know that's probably not the case, but something that they can show to the community somehow? Just
That's a great question. I know because the Clerks Association is an organized association and has regular meetings, that when we attend their annual meeting, the secretary does hand out recognition certificates for those that have attended the most trainings. And I don't know if there's a certain threshold for those certificates, but we don't have any rock star badges or anything like that for election officials. It might be a good idea.
Okay. Last question, Representative Wood.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Now, they mentioned here about you sending an auditor or a moderator, if they do not, for lack of training. I notice at some polls that I've been at, there have been somebody from the state moderated. What initiates that? Is it random, or is it some problem that initiates the moderator being the or an inspector? I'm not sure what the word is. You can help me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that you're referring to 65977, and it's a monitor, an election monitor, and it's a formal process where your polling location has been recognized that you did something wrong. It could be, I'm not going to go into what it could be, but we did have one in this past election. I believe we may have had 2 or 3 previously. I've been a monitor myself twice now.
Quick follow-up.
Okay.
So this would be consistent, pretty much what you're doing if this was considered a lack.
Correct.
Yes, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me ask another question. I was really interested in what Representative Hamer said about the connection between being paid as an election official in her community of Manchester to the training. She has to take the training. It's a requirement. Are you aware of other communities doing that? Is that a widespread practice? What do you know about that? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. I am aware of other communities that do require training. I think it's some communities the clerk can't require that the supervisors go to training, but they can require that the ballot clerks that they hire go to training to an extent.
Further questions? Seeing none,
Can
thank
I
you.
just,
Oh,
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify something?
Sure.
Sure. So if this were to go into effect and there were to be several election officials that did not go to training, I can't project what that would be, but I can tell you that our current process, we're extremely strapped thin at election time. And if it did require us to hire a bunch of election monitors who are experts in election, which usually sometimes is either someone from our office or somebody who was a previous moderator, it would require, it may require additional staffing and additional money.
You have to talk to Representative Weiler about money. He already left. Ooh, got me on that one. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Secretary. Ooh, that was a good one. He's quick on his feet, y'all. All right. Next up is Tina Guilford. We'll hear from a town clerk.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I am Tina Guilford. I am the town clerk in Derry. I have no problem with training. I have no problem with required training. I do have an issue, and I'm going to start by turning your attention to lines 12, 13. And it says that the manual shall be distributed free of charge to each moderator, Board of Selectmen, City Council, Board of Supervisors of the checklist, and to each town, city, and ward clerk. And that's because there are sections in this manual is 400 and some odd pages, that address each job that these people are responsible for. But sadly, you go from line 26 down, only the town award moderators and clerks are being put on the hook. And that is not okay. So a moderator does not register voters on election day. That's the job of the supervisors of the checklist. The selectmen have their own jobs. In my town, they're town councilors, but they still have their own jobs and responsibilities. And it is more than just handing out stickers, although that's what some people think. It is not right. If you're going to want people to attend training, then everybody should attend training. I know for our poll workers, people working the polls, if they don't attend training, they're not working on election day. That's just how we do it in Derry. If people want to be paid, they're paid. If they want to volunteer, they volunteer, and that's great. But we do have our own training. A lot of the training that we offer is a little bit different than what the Secretary of State offers because we have poll pads. So ballot clerking is something very different in Derry than it is in towns that don't use poll pads. But we have training for our assistant moderators. We have training for our greeters. We have training for all our positions. And that's internal training that we do at Town Hall. We run training sessions in the morning. We run them in the afternoon. We run them at night. We run them on weekends. We make sure that everybody's trained. We had 130 poll workers on primary day, our largest polling place in the state. So we have a lot of people. And we try to do no lines, no traffic. That seems to be the standard in Derry, no traffic. But it's a group effort, and we are all part of that group. It is not right to try to put even more on just one or two particular elected offices when they're all responsible and everyone needs to do their part. And I will take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I have no one else signed up to speak, right? So if we can get the blue sheet going and online, House Bill 1381 had 23 in support, 3 opposed, 0 neutral. It is a blank blue sheet. So with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1381, and I will open up our final public hearing, House Bill 1091. And I will point out we are only 3 minutes behind. 12 bills, 3 minutes behind. That's the real hero. Totally makes up for my comment earlier. Totally. If he can make election law run on time, he can do anything.
So we just got to read this, and then we don't have
Train engineer. Train
That's right. And then we get to end with my favorite subject, which everybody just gets so excited about. It is probably the most interesting thing we handle: campaign finance. Who doesn't love it? Yeah. Okay. It's late. It's a little hot in the room. We've got campaign finance. I'm excited. You're excited. Representative Lane is excited. Representative Lane, if you could turn your microphone on, and thank you for introducing House Bill 1091.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Connie Lane. I'm from here in Concord, Ward 2, Merrimack District 16. And this tome that I just handed out to you is the report of the subcommittee that was chaired by Representative Quayle and attended by Rep. Ross, myself, Representative Muirhead, and Representative Ward over the summer, and we wrote this up. And the reason we formed this subcommittee was because there's been much confusion around our existing campaign finance laws, which are in Chapter 6664. And the Attorney General and the Secretary of State are asked many, many, many questions about those provisions. It's been amended hodgepodge-wise over the years, over the last 20, 25 years. And they approached us at one point to help us clarify the law. And so that's why the subcommittee was formed. And our goals of the subcommittee are set out. There are 3 of them, and they're on page 1 of the report that I just gave you. It's to review the current campaign finance laws as embodied in 664, make specific legislative recommendations on the following: streamlining and improving the current New Hampshire statutes in order to balance the need for transparency and the need for trying to run an election, particularly those of us in the House, which are usually doing it on our own and without staff. Reducing inconsistencies that exist in the New Hampshire campaign finance laws and improving the clarity of current New Hampshire campaign finance laws. So I put together my notes and I wrote the bill that was submitted to you. And have gone through it, and I already have some changes, and I'm sure all of you will. I met with the Secretary of State's office for 2.5 hours yesterday, and Deputy Secretary Hennessy and Budge Fitch gave me a lot of notes and stuff to go forward on. I'm waiting to hear from the Attorney General with any changes and to make sure that we addressed it, because both the Secretary of State and the Attorney General came and talked to us and gave us a laundry list of what they wanted us, or what they have problems with and what they wanted to clear up. So I tried to address that in the bill, but as you can see, it's fairly long, and the devil is in the details, because a lot of the issues were that some of the terms weren't defined well. As you all know, I'm a former attorney, and so I get a little wordy. So that's the length of the, some of the definitions are rather long, and I looked at other statutes, and so there's going to be some more work on this. So I would like to ask the chair, I mean, we'll have the public hearing today, but I'd like to ask the chair if we can have another subcommittee so that we can work on it further and take everybody's comments, take the comments of whoever's going to speak today. And I want to get the notes and the comments from the Attorney General's office so that we can get a good bill in front of you the next time we all meet, and so that we can discuss it at that point. So that's really my, I'll take questions, but I just didn't want to.
Yeah, let me, before we open up to questions, I want to thank Representative Lane for working so diligently on this and in good faith. I do think it is a mess. So what this was, we're going to handle this bill a little differently than we handle most bills. The goal here is to find something that the entire committee can agree to as you said, to streamline it, to make it consistent, right? We're not talking about major policy changes. We handle those individually, but making everything consistent across the board and more uniform. So we are going to form a working group for this committee, for this bill. Whoever wants to dive into this is more than welcome to dive into this. It's going to get amended. I assure you it is going to get amended, because as we cracked open that can of worms, a lot of things came out. And it turns out if you change the law piecemeal by process over 40 years, you get things that don't all match. So when we're doing this public hearing, let's be cognizant of that's where we're going to head with the bill. So, you know, if you have questions about intent or that sort of stuff, I think those are fair. But let's try to avoid getting into like gross details, because we're going to handle that as a committee together. Yeah,
Yeah.
focus on the pretty details, like the fact that my name's on it. No.
That's right.
So anyways, with
Most
that,
importantly, right?
with that, happy to have Representative Lane take questions, but I just wanted the committee to be like in that frame of mindset before we started this up. All right, well, that was easy. Okay.
Whoa. Okay, thank you.
All right. Next up is Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the subcommittee that worked on this over the summertime. I wasn't sure when you decided not to have statutory subcommittees that it was going to work out, but I think this committee did a great job of showing up. I think it was 6 times over the summer to work on this. So I appreciate that. 664 is a very complicated complicated chapter, and I appreciate the amount of time that everyone put into trying to fix this. I will try to attend any subcommittees this committee has. If not, I may send out emails with our recommended changes. I appreciate the time that Representative Lane spent with our office yesterday to go through. I think we only got through half of her bill. So again, I appreciate that. Our office's goal, or at least mine in particular, would be that any user of this, particularly state representatives, state senators, anyone who has to file under this, would not be in our office asking because they got a letter from the AG's office or they didn't know how to do it. I just want the requirements to be much more simpler, bullet points, ideally, so that people can really understand what they're supposed to report for transparency purposes.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Secretary of State. Last pink card is Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director for Open Democracy, and I am a voter in Franklin. And we're a nonpartisan organization that works on campaign finance as well as improving elections and submitting testimony in support of 1091, as well as whatever amendment I know is coming forward. I think I just want to sort of thank Representative Quayle for leading the committee, the subcommittee, Representative Lang, Barry, Ward, and Muirhead for like 6 or 7 hours. I sat through many of these hearings. Many members of the public sat through this, but they took the time to read through 664 line by line, making amendments, figuring out where the confusing parts of the reporting is, putting hours in to make the law as clear as possible. And that is an amazing goal to do that in a bipartisan fashion. And clarity on campaign finance is critical for public confidence in elected officials, and voters deserve the transparency. I do want to make some suggestions because that's what I do. So on page 2, line 28, when we talk about political advertisement, I think it would be important for that definition to be also looped in with the definition of communication and expenditures, because right now political advertisement should also talk, any expenditure made on behalf of a candidate. So thinking about how to loop those in so that the disclosure requirements under 664.14 apply to all political advertisements. So I would look at the definition of political advertisement. On page 3, line 9, the definition of expenditure. I know this committee looked at the definition of expenditure a lot, and I think the intent here is really to make sure that there's a comprehensive definition of what a political expenditure, a campaign expenditure is, including ads to influence the words. But the problem with sort of only using the magic words of vote for and vote against, you also have to expand that to include the express advocacy, which is in the definition of an election, with i.e. The definition of electioneering communication, but also the functional equivalent of express advocacy and any communication promoting, supporting, attacking, or opposing candidates or measures. So that definition of expenditures could be improved for clarification purposes. On page 4, line 5, independent expenditures.
Missing, can I pause real fast? All these changes you're suggesting, are they in your written testimony?
No.
Okay, all right, continue then. So I see no, I didn't know what diligence I needed to take notes on.
No,
Thank you.
sorry, they're not. Sorry, I can write them up and email them if that would be helpful.
Yes.
So page 4, line 5, the independent expenditures. There's a great handout on coordination laws from what should be independent of a candidate expenditures and those that are independent. So I think adding language in that section around coordination and what does it mean to coordinate and what does it mean to be independent would be really helpful in that section. And then one other minor suggestion is page 6, line 13. When we talk about registration requirements, and I think the Attorney General and Secretary of State also spoke about this, there's a bunch of different triggers and thresholds. Like if you're a candidate, you file if you've hit a $500 threshold. If you're an independent expenditure, you file only after an expenditure has been made. So really making sure that these registration requirements come into a more easier to understand and clarifying standardization of what those committee registration thresholds are and what the difference between one committee representation and also like in Maine, for example, they use this major purpose to define groups. And I think that looking at sort of the First Circuit case law and what has been litigated under campaign finance might be helpful when you look at what registration requirements are needed. And with that, happy to take questions or also be a resource if needed on this important bill.
Questions, Representative Muirhead?
Really appreciate all your suggestions, and if it were possible to convey them to the committee in crisp written form, I think that would really be a help.
I will do
Could
that.
you,
I just
is the
ran out of time today.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? And Ms. Zink, if you could please give us those in writing, because that was a lot, and I'm not even going to understand half the things I wrote down. But it would be very helpful to have those in writing. With that, I have no one else signed up on the pink cards. Online, I thought this one was going to go longer, to be fair. Online, we are looking at 26 in support, 5 opposed. Any on the blue? Oop, we do have stuff on the blue. 2 people signed up in person who did not speak, both supporting the bill. With that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1091. That does conclude our public hearings for the day. We do have executive session at 3 p.m. So we will stand in recess until 3 p.m.
I appreciate you paying attention to your email.
Yep, I can do that. I'm gonna give you one of those.
Sure.
Did Representative Lane leave the room? I don't see her. Oh, there you are. Jeez. Okay. 3 o'clock. Going to open up the noticed executive session for the House Election Law Committee. And there's my form. Going to start off with the easy one. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1442. Representative Lane is recognized to make a motion.
Yeah, okay. I make a motion to ITL.
There's a motion for any expedient to legislate for House Bill 1442. Representative Ward has seconded that motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Prudo O'Brien,
Yes.
Whaley,
Yes.
Aikenberg,
Yes.
Burnham,
Yes.
Weary,
Yes?
Wood,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Katab,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Hamlet,
It's the last one.
Would like us to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay, please continue with the roll. We'll come back to Representative
Okay.
Hamlin.
Muirhead,
Yes.
Bay,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
Rung,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
and Barry.
Chair votes yes. And how does Representative Hamlet vote?
Yes.
Okay, and with that, House Bill 1442 will be reported out as inexpedient to legislate 20-0. Representative, can I have a motion for the consent calendar? I forgot to do that. I wanted. It's moved to consent calendar. Any objection? Hearing none. Thank you. It's on the consent calendar. Representative Lane, can someone from your caucus handle the committee report? It should be short.
So it was moved by you, right?
Okay, with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 1442, and now we can see where the votes. Let's knock another one out. Going to open up the executive session for House Bill 1119 and immediately recess it. So click. House Bill 1119 is recessed. Now we will move to.
Give her a chance. I'm all confused. So we're.
Can you not read my mind? You
Seconded
just don't
by-
know.
The first one was seconded by,
The first one was a motion by Representative Lane. It was seconded by Representative Ward. And then House Bill 1119 was opened and shut. It will be noticed for next Tuesday, just as an FYI. There will be no more extensions on that. It will be noticed for next Tuesday. Okay.
oh, wait a minute. There's no numbers on these.
Oh no. Well, I'll tell you what. Next up is going to be 1577.
Oh, there's 1577. Okay. So this one was open and closed.
That one was ITL 20-0.
This one?
That's ITL 20-0. 1426 we're not even doing because that was a mistake. That was 1010. That was 1010. That was a very nice speech by myself, if I may say. That was, by the way, that was the conversation I had. I was like, "Are you sure you've done that one?" I go, "Oh, I am sure I've done 1426." We're all sure you've done 14. So we'll open up 1577 next. Give the clerk a second. 1577 FN relative to digital images of ballots. Representative Weary is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass so that we can hear an amendment.
Is there a second to the motion? Representative Burnham seconds. Are there any amendments?
Yes, there is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Weary is recognized to introduce an amendment.
All right, so you have in front of you amendment.
So you're gonna say so. Representative Weary motions to adopt Amendment 2024-059H. I believe Representative Burnham is seconding that motion, correct?
Correct, I am seconding.
All right, we are now on discussion of Amendment 2024-095H. We are on discussion on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
I could introduce
You
it a little bit.
represent. You are recognized, Representative Weir, to speak to your motion.
So the original sponsor and I went through and identified different things from the testimony. Original sponsor did most of the work. Just let me give credit where credit is due, and identified the different concerns that were raised during testimony, addressed those, as well as I believe there was one concern raised by the Secretary of State's office, and that was also addressed. So there are some about 5 changes total to this compared to the original bill. And I apologize, I do not have with me the email that where I could tell you exactly what those changes are, but basically they did address the concerns that were raised by the committee during the original testimony.
Further discussion on the amendment? Questions, comments, concerns? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment 2024-059H.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Prunahome O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Ackenberg?
Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Weary?
Yes, please.
Wood?
Yes.
Osborne?
Yes.
Katab?
Yes.
Lane?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Oops. Hamblett?
Yes.
Muirhead?
Yes.
Bay?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Rung?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Rafter?
Yes.
20.
Yep, and the chair votes yes.
Oh, chair.
It's okay.
Nope.
You can assume my vote so long as you assume it correctly. We're fine. With that, Amendment 2024-059H is adopted 20-0. The motion is now on ought to pass as amended, House Bill 1577. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call. What? Yes. Oh, was the motion? Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion of ought to pass as amended? Representative Weary makes the motion. Representative Burnham, are you seconding?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you. We're now on discussion as the bill is amended. Is there any discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing none, the clerk, when she is ready, will call the roll.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Prudahome O'Brien?
Yes.
Quayle?
Yes.
Ackenberg?
Yes.
Burnham?
Yes.
Weary?
Yes.
Wood?
Yes.
Osborne?
Yes.
Katab?
Yes.
Lane?
No.
Ward?
Nope.
Clerk votes no. Hamblett?
No.
Muirhead?
No.
Bay?
No.
Brennan?
No.
Rung?
No.
Howard?
No.
Rafter?
No.
And Berry?
The clerk votes yes. With that, the ought to pass as amended motion fails. Representative Lane is recognized to make another motion.
I move to ITL.
Is there I'm sorry. I
was just going to
apologize.
do the
I
bill
jumped
number.
the gun.
To ITL the bill.
There's Representative Lane's made a motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1577. Representative Muirhead seconds that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Bohm?
No.
Prudahome O'Brien?
No.
Quayle?
No.
Ackenberg?
No.
Burnham?
No.
Weary?
No.
Wood?
No.
Osborne?
Nope.
Katab?
No.
Lane?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Hamblett?
Yes.
Muirhead?
Yes.
Bay?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Rung?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Rafter?
Yes.
And Berry?
No. And with that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate fails. House Bill 1577 will be reported out without recommendation. With that, I'll be closing the executive session on House Bill 1577 and opening up the the executive session on House Bill 1147 relative to permissible campaign contributions by business, organization, and labor unions. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
I move out to pass. Oh, yeah, out to pass.
Yep, you're out. Yep, that's what I figured.
What was
Representative Hamlet would like
An
to.
amendment.
Yep.
So I second it.
We have second. Is there an amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment, and I haven't passed it out yet.
Okay. Would you like to distribute the amendment, and then we'll make a motion to review your amendment?
2, 3, 4, 5,
What bill is this?
We are on 1147.
I haven't gotten my amendment yet.
Okay.
They haven't brought
Oh,
me the
thank you.
amendment.
Here, take all
On
those. Thank you very
1074,
much.
They haven't brought
Okay.
me the amendment yet. Yeah.
There it is right here.
1074? No.
The motion is ought to pass, and then I believe there's about to be a second motion. Representative Hamlet, you're recognized to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on amendment number 2024-0638H.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Lane seconds. We are now on discussion of Amendment 2024-063H. Does every committee member have the amendment? Have the commitment? Is there discussion on the amendment? Representative Representative Hamlet is recognized.
Thank you. So this amendment is strictly a housekeeping amendment. The original bill used references to RSAs that were in the old election manual. And so the amendment just updates them to the purple election law manual, which is 2024-2025 laws. And so, for example, there's a few little, on line 2, it says amend RSA 664:4, Roman numeral 3 was changed to Roman numeral 2. On line 3, it was also changed to Roman numeral 2. On line 11, it was also changed to read Roman numeral 2. And then on line 16, the RSA was changed to read 664:4, Roman numeral 1.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendments? Seeing none, I will say we have enjoyed a very nice courtesy in this committee of allowing amendments in good faith. So I would encourage both sides to vote for this, irrespective of your final vote. We've operated that way. It doesn't mean it's your vote to do it as you see fit, but I would like to keep the committee moving forward. So I will be voting yes on the amendment. And the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Boehm,
Yes.
Prudo Home O'Brien,
Yes.
Whaley, Eckenberg,
Yes.
Burnham,
Yes.
Weary,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Katab,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Hamlet,
Yes.
Muirhead, Bay,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
Rung,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
and Berry.
Chair votes yes. And with that, Amendment 2024-03H is adopted 20-0. Representative Hamlet is recognized for a new motion.
So I recommend ought to pass on House Bill 1147 as amended.
As amended, we have a motion for OTPA on House Bill 1147. Is there a second? Representative Muirhead seconds. We're now in discussion as the bill as amended. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Boehm,
No.
Prudo Home O'Brien,
No.
Whaley,
No.
Eckenberg,
No.
Burnham,
No.
Weary,
No.
Wood,
No.
Osborne,
No.
Katab,
No.
Lane,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Hamlet,
Yes.
Muirhead, Bay,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
Rung,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
and the clerk, the chairman.
The chair votes no. With that, the motion of ought to pass as amendment fails. Representative Weary is recognized to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to ITL the bill.
There's a motion of inexpedient to legislate from Representative Weary. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Burnham seconds. We're now in discussion of the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1147. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bowen,
Yes.
Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Whaley,
Yes.
Eckenberg,
Yes.
Burnham,
Yes.
Weary,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Katab,
Yes.
Lane,
No.
Ward,
No.
clerk votes no. Hamlet,
No.
Muirhead,
May I just ask which bill this is?
Classic. Representative Muirhead, we are on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1147, and the majority of your caucus appears to be voting no.
No.
Bay,
No.
Brennan,
No.
Rung,
No.
Heath,
No.
Howard, Rafter,
No.
and Barry.
And the chair will vote yes. And with that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate fails. House Bill 1147 will be reported out without recommendation. I will be closing the executive session on House Bill 1147 and opening the executive session on House Bill 1074. House Bill 1074.
I'll make, okay.
Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
I want to make a motion ought to pass, and I'm expecting an amendment, which is, I don't know where it is.
Would you like to withdraw your motion? Allow me to recess the bill until we'll drop it to the end.
I'll happily do that.
I am more than happy. Representative Lane is withdrawing her motion. I'm recessing the executive session on House Bill 1074. We will vote on that bill today, but we're going to give the member a courtesy of getting the amendment in. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1369. Representative Katab is recognized for a motion on House Bill 1369.
I move on to pass.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien seconds the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1369. Is there any discussion on the bill? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay.
1369.
Yep.
OTP.
Representative Bowen,
Yes.
Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Whaley,
Yes.
Eckenberg,
Yes.
Burnham,
Yes.
Weary,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Katab,
Yes.
Lane,
No.
Ward,
No.
clerk votes no. Hamlet,
No.
Muirhead,
No.
Bay,
No.
Brennan,
No.
Rung,
No.
Howard,
No.
Rafter,
No.
and Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass fails. Representative Lane is recognized for another motion. I wonder what it'll be.
I was just wondering myself. Should we make the motion to ought to pass and then I go out and?
No, we're on 1369. We just voted on ought to pass.
Oh,
If you'd
I'm
like to make
sorry.
the motion of ought to pass, I assure you many members of my caucus would be happy for that. But I was expecting you to make an inexpedient to legislate motion.
Motion to ITL.
We have a motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1369. Representative Brennan seconds the motion. We're now on discussion of the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1369. Is there any discussion on House Bill 1369? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1369.
Okay. Representative Bowen,
No.
Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Quayle,
No.
Ackenberg,
No.
Burnham,
No.
Weary,
No.
Wood,
No.
Osborne,
No.
Katab,
No.
Lane,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes, Hamblett,
Yes.
Muirhead. Bay,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
Rung,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes no, and with that, the motion of ought to pass. I'm sorry, inexpedient to legislate on the House Bill 1369 fails. The bill will be reported out. Yes.
I have a motion. I move interim study.
Okay. There's a motion of interim study. Is there a second? Representative Hamlet seconds it.
Seconds.
Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, so as we had heard in the bill hearing, the Secretary of State's office had suggested 6 years, and there's still debate amongst the Democratic committee or caucus over how we want to proceed with this bill. I think it would be good to have additional information looking at exactly how many voters are purged for that 4-year period versus the 6-year period so that we can make the best decision possible moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. So further discussion on the motion of interim study. Representative Muirhead.
I'd be curious to know whether members of your caucus might be interested in participating in that study.
I can tell you this. I have thought about this bill. I was actually thanking the sponsor for it earlier. Every 10 years, we purge out 25% of our voters. It creates a lot of anxiety when that happens on both sides of the aisle. People that want the voter rolls to remain unchanged basically forever, and those who want to do like daily purchase. I think 4 years, and every 4 years, looking back 4 years is an appropriate middle ground. If I was the governor or dictator or whatever I got to pick, it would be every year looking back 5 years. So I think 4-4 is probably where our caucus is going to end up in general. I don't see the need to study this, honestly, so I'll be voting against the motion of interim to study. I think we can have this fight on the floor, and I look forward to it. Yes, Representative Weary.
Yeah, there's also a Senate bill similar in nature. I don't know. Apparently, the testimony changed to 5 years for the Senate, but so we will have another opportunity to look at this as well when we review the Senate bill.
We never know what the mysteries of the other wall will do.
True.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind the committee that also we heard from the representative of the Clerks Association who was for the 4 years. Those are our people that he's representing, those who are actually dealing with this on a day-to-day, year-to-year, and he really liked the 4 years, so I support it.
And I will point out that every 4 years, the way the schedule is set up will always include a presidential election, which is high turnout. So the question that I proposition when it comes to these voter roll purges, which have historically been used by bad actors, I don't believe this is a bad actor bill, is, if somebody goes 4 years without voting, why is it okay to take them off every 10 years, but it's not okay to do it every 4 years? Like, it just doesn't, the logic doesn't line up. If you can do it every 10 years, why can't you do it every 4 years? So the way this sets up, it always have a presidential election. Those are high turnout in the high 70s. So I'll be voting against the motion of interim study because, as you can probably tell, I'm already, if it was up to me, like I said, if it was me, it'd be every year, looking back 5 years. So we've already come off of, I think, where we would like to be. Representative Lane.
Yes, I think in light of the discussion, I would ask Representative Heath whether he wanted to withdraw his motion.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll withdraw. Thank you.
The motion is withdrawn. I appreciate the representative withdrawing his motion. With that, House Bill 1369 will be reported out without recommendation. Representative Lane, have you received your amendment to House Bill 1074? Look, we did it. Look at this. Some say best chair ever. Some say. All right, we're going to reopen up the executive session on House Bill. We've closed 1369. Gavel, gavel, gavel. And we're going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1074. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
Okay, has my motion for ought to pass already?
You withdrew it.
Okay,
So we're
make
remaking
a
it.
motion for ought to pass.
And is there a second for the motion of ought to pass?
I second.
Representative Hamlet second. Is there any amendments to which any members wish to introduce?
Yes.
Representative Lane is recognized.
Yes. Coming around to you, if you haven't already gotten it, is an amendment to the bill. It's number 2024-0630H. And basically, this bill.
So you're moving the amendment.
I'm moving the amendment next.
Representative Lane moves amendment 2024-063H. Is there a second? Representative Ward seconds. We are now on discussion of amendment 2024-063H to House Bill 1074. Representative Lane is recognized.
Thank you. This, like the other one, is a housekeeping bill, and like the other one, the wrong Roman numeral was used in lines 8 all the way through the bill anytime that statute was referenced. So it's been changed to Roman numeral 4, and there have been no substantive changes.
Wow.
Those were the only changes.
How dare you? Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Weary?
After the wonderful public hearing earlier on House Bill 1091, which completely revamps RSA 664, I wonder if this becomes out of context, I guess.
It could. We have to pass. They basically look at what we pass and they reassemble it. So it depends on what we passed last. So if House Bill 1091 came out later, it would override what we did here. But there's no guarantees. We handle it one piece at a time. But as I said earlier, revisions are how 664 got to its current shape. That's not a statement about this one in particular, but it's just that's how it happens. So we're on but it's a great question. We're on discussion of the amendment 2024-H063, 2024-063H for House Bill 1074. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on House Bill 2024, House Amendment 2024-063H to House Bill 1074. Whew.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Whaley,
Yes.
Eckenberg,
Yes.
Burnham,
Yes.
Weary,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Katab,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes, Hamblett,
Yes.
Muirhead,
Yes.
Bay,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
Rung,
Yes.
Rafter, Howard,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes. And with that, Amendment 2024-063H is adopted to House Bill 1074. Representative Lane is recognized for a new motion.
I think I'm going to get this one right. I'd like to ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second? We have a second. So we are on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1074 with Amendment 2024-063H. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Quayle,
No.
Eckenberg,
No.
Burnham,
No.
Weary,
No?
Wood,
No.
Osborne,
No.
Katab,
No.
Lane,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Hamblett,
Yes.
Muirhead,
Yes.
Bay,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
Rung,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes no. With that, the motion of ought to pass as the amendment fails. Representative Weary is recognized for a new motion.
I'd like to make a motion of an inexpedient to legislate.
There's a motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1074. Representative Burnham seconds.
Seconds.
With that, we're on discussion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1074. Is there any discussion on the bill? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1074.
Representative Boehm,
Yes.
Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Quayle,
Yes.
Ankenberg,
Yes.
Burnham,
Yes.
Weary,
Yes?
Wood,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Katab,
Yes.
Lane,
No.
Ward,
No.
clerk votes no. Hamblett,
No.
Muirhead,
No.
Bay,
No.
Brennan,
No.
Rung,
No.
Howard,
No.
Rafter,
No.
and the chair.
The chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate fails. House Bill 1074 will be reported out of committee without recommendation. That's going to close the executive session on House Bill 1074. That concludes our executive session today. If you have a committee report, I am supposed to get it from you before you leave, but we are adults. So just get it to me tonight, especially if you have the committee report on, I believe 1577 was the early bill, correct? Yes, it was. So the committee report for 1577, I need that tonight because I have to have it to them tomorrow by noon. And I have to review it. So with that, thank you guys. We did 12 bills in hearing and 5 in exec, and I will see you guys next Tuesday, and they'll be our last 10 bills. Awesome. Thanks, guys.